Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed your logoed coffee. I just thought that was really, really cool. Well, welcome back to the Great Hall for day 2 of this great conference. I was telling some friends at dinner last night that one of the things I love most about my job is how we get to convene and highlight people who are really using the power of business to solve problems. And that's a phrase that you're going to hear over and over again. And one of the ways that we do that is by bringing together this group every year, as we have for 25 years, the thinkers and the doers who are doing this hard work in your communities. And a lot has changed in 25 years. In the years since we started doing this conference, in 1998, that was the year that Titanic won Best Picture out of 11 nominations. That was the year the Good Friday Agreement was signed. And it was also the year that Matthew Shepard was horrifically murdered in Wyoming and really reset a new conversation about gay rights and inclusion that we take for granted today, I think. And it's useful to think back about how far we've come in 25 years. That was also the year that Google was founded, that Netflix was founded, and the MP3 player, I don't know if anyone remembers that, I kind of do, was launched. But throughout all those years, one thing has remained constant, and that's the ability of business to really anticipate and set up and respond. We have had the good fortune over these years, we've awarded these stewardship awards to more than 300 companies over this time, and it's just fantastic. We want to keep on seeing that grow in the years to come. It's also been about 20 years since Edelman started their trust barometer and started measuring trust. And of course, trust has cratered in all these institutions over the years: trust in media, trust in government, trust in the church, trust in other civics organizations. But business has consistently remained the most trusted institution, the institution that people look to make change, the people who are trusted to deliver real messages and engage employees and lift communities. So it's not a coincidence, and it's something that we look at really carefully every year. And there's so much work to do. There's climate change and polarization and racial tensions, and you look at what's going on around in the world and in our communities today. So there's so much work to be done, and I just couldn't be more thankful and more excited to be working in a place and with all of you that feels like we can be contributing in solutions and trying to do something every day. So yesterday, we covered a lot of ground with a lot of different viewpoints and aspects and perspectives of business doing good and business doing well. And we had a lot of really inspirational examples. One of them that was new, if you were here for this part yesterday, was getting into the business of civics. It's something that we're really passionate about here at the Foundation. And as we think about democracy and free enterprise and the systems that need to work for this country to work, elevating civics as a national priority is our #1 priority going into the new year. And when we think there's a lot of work that can be done to bring companies into that, employers have not historically played a role in that, and we think there's a big role to play in the coming years. So a lot of work to be done. We've got some big topics and themes to talk about today: economic mobility, disaster response, community resilience, and just how everyone is putting an oar in the water and bringing their particular core capabilities and their particular talents and innovations to the issue. So we're going to get started with a conversation that I think that you'll learn a lot from. We've got the privilege and the honor of talking to our friend, Sally Schiff from Hilton, a company, of course you know the brand, but it's such an interesting story about corporate culture and values through tough times and great times. A 100-year-old company. We have been here at the Chamber just a little bit over 100 years old, and so it's just interesting when you look back at two kind of historic organizations that were founded around the same time and the paths we've been on. So please join me in welcoming Sally. She's going to come around from the back there, and we'll have a conversation about what's been happening at Hilton and the awards they've been receiving, but more importantly, why they've been receiving them. And like I said, I think we'll all learn a lot and have something to take home to our own organizations. So thank you. Sally, hi. Hilton Honors.
Thank you. Diamond.
I'm sure we've got people here who were Hilton Honors. My husband actually tracks those points.
Excellent.
Like a portfolio or something. He's a little bit obsessive
What
with
about in the audience?
the honors program.
Are you out there?
Okay,
Fantastic.
good.
If you're not, you can sign up today.
Got a little more work to do. So we have been on the receiving end of Hilton's hospitality and Hilton's culture. So I really wanted to today talk about what goes into that on the, on the making of it. But I just want to start with where you came into the company. When did you join? What brought you there?
Sure.
Kind of what's that looked like over the last few years?
Yeah, sure. First of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be with you. This is an important conversation that you're having over these 2 days, and so Hilton's happy to be a part of it. I started at Hilton in 2018, so not terribly long ago. And I came in just before our 100th anniversary, so as you can relate, a legacy of a century is a wonderful celebration.
Yeah.
And I came in a communications capacity and was asked to look after how we would celebrate 100 years, so no small feat. And as it turned out in 2019, we had a banner year as an organization, and we chose to really lean into the audiences that would care most about such a celebration, and for us, that was our team members. And we had a fabulous year, fabulous experience. It was, among the highest of highs. We did all sorts of cool things, and then fast forward 12 months later, 2020, our business was at its knees. And so it was a really interesting time, and what I'll share about that just very briefly is from the highest highs to the lowest lows, what endured was who we were as an organization and what we stood for, and that was rooted in our purpose, which goes back to our founder, Conrad Hilton, and his commitment to fill the earth with the light and warmth of hospitality. And so being rooted in his purpose and in our values, I think was really interesting to see that carry through.
So it's so interesting that you were there just before the pandemic and then right after. It's an interesting, viewpoint. Where were you before, and what attracted you to Hilton?
Sure, yeah. No, I've been at several different places, in and out of communications and business, agency life, as you know very well. And I was also at Target for some time, in line of business at Target. And as I have shared with you previously, I was attracted to the idea of an organization that really valued customer centricity and people. And Target was that for me in retail, and Hilton is that for me in hospitality. Our secret sauce are our people and our commitment to hospitality. It's that connective tissue that sort of brings us all together, a desire to serve and to create a hospitable environment.
I come from a comms background too, so we're kind of kindred spirits in that way. And what I love about a really strong communications role is that you really are at the center of this matrix of all kinds of things. Right. So who are you communicating with? What's your main job? What does a day look like for you?
Oh, it depends on which day.
Or which minute of the day.
Yeah, that's right. I look after internal executive and owner communications, and so you could argue everybody outside of the consumer, and I have wonderful colleagues who look after the consumer, but our team members, 420,000 strong around the world, our owners with whom we partner closely, and executives.
I have so many questions later about how you possibly do that. But so in communications, you've had a great couple of weeks. I was reading that the company recently released its third quarter results, and there's a lot of bragging rights in there. I just want to read to the audience a few numbers. Hilton is now at a record 457,300 rooms. Half of those are under construction. That's a good thing for the economy.
debuted properties for 2 new brands. So just a couple of years out from the pandemic, you're debuting 2 whole new brands.
Right.
And you've won some big awards
Yes.
for being a great place to work.
Yes.
So tell us more about that.
Yeah, we found out last week actually that we were, for the 5th year in a row, the Great Place to Work for women in the US, the #1 company on that list, which
Wow.
as a woman in business, that one, we don't have any favorites, but that one gives me an awful lot of pride. And that comes with many other trophies in the trophy case, so to speak, but that's not why we pursue those awards. We think that the institutions that evaluate culture in the workplace are among the most rigorous and disciplined, and they keep us on our toes and they make us better. And so we're really proud for the validation that we're on the right path.
The hospitality industry is noted for typically pretty high turnover, right? Sometimes approaching 70% turnover, but at Hilton, you've got this great retention rate of, in some cases, multiple 2 or 3 generations of people working at Hilton at the same time, and people who've worked there for 20 years. How does that, what do you attribute that to?
Yeah, it's amazing to spend time in our hotels, which that's where the work happens. And you'll find individuals tenured 30, 40 years with us, which means they've been through all the ups and downs, including the most recent and perhaps the most severe. I think that there are certainly a lot of wonderful organizations out there that are trying to figure out what is the secret sauce around culture, and that has evolved certainly, especially in the last few years, a lot of trends that have accelerated, as I know you're talking about today and yesterday. For us, what we found is that there's a desire to be connected to something bigger than yourself. And we try to articulate what that means to us. And as I alluded to, it really goes back to our founder and the legacy and his belief that travel could be a great connector and a bridge for peace, which, in today's world, that's certainly very noble and something to give hope and to tack onto. So we are trying to create a workplace that allows someone to be their whole self, to enjoy a fully human experience at work. And the way we define that, and I'll brag on my human resources colleagues for a minute, is through 4 core pillars: purpose, growth, wellness, and inclusion. And I think we have programs lined up against each of those that take the team member all the way through the journey, from the minute that they meet us to those 30 or 40 years later when they're maybe winding down in their career, to make sure that those 4 things are really core to their experience. And we have programs against each of them that I could share more about, but
people who are in this business of corporate citizenship and who work on community programs, I think we can all agree mental health has really risen to the top. Is that part of your wellness offering? What does Hilton do in that regard?
Absolutely. I think that COVID certainly accelerated what we might all call a mental health crisis in the world. I don't think it was born out of COVID. I think it was there all along, and certainly something that we paid attention to prior, but it very much accelerated it, and for certain demographics more than others. We took a look at wellness from a lot of different perspectives, but I think most instructive for us is we talk about taking care of our team members so that they can take care of our guests. That's kind of core to hospitality. And our belief is you can't take care of someone else unless you take care of yourself first. And so part of this is just about being a good corporate citizen of the world, but it's also rooted in our business. And in order to be an excellent hospitality company, we have to look after our team. And so we've got a number of programs under the banner Thrive at Hilton platforms that allow team members access to all sorts of different resources, counseling, a variety of programs that they might need access to help them to be well, both in crisis and out of crisis.
You mentioned earlier really astute listening. And I had the opportunity a few months ago to be at an event where your CEO, who is, let's say, dynamic, not a shy person, talked about the company's focus on listening to customers, of course. But how do you do your listening with your employees?
Sure.
especially around the world. That's a lot of people.
It's a great question, and I think Chris Nassetta, our CEO, he's been doing this for many years, and so he has a lot of good wisdom on these topics, and it starts from the top, and he really leans in this regard. We do a lot of the things that a lot of other companies do, pulse surveys, annual team member surveys, things like that, but we also encourage a culture of listening across our leadership, and then I think it's not just what you do with the listening, how do you listen, but what you do with the information that you gain and how you share that back. And I come to that with a communications lens, and this is one of the examples that I'll give is, we take all of that information, we aggregate all that data, we pour through all the comments, and then we determine what programs ought to be born out of that listening. And when we communicate that back to our teams, we stamp those messages with a little emblem that says, fueled by your feedback, so that people understand you heard me and you acted on my insight, and now I feel like you've listened. And so many programs have come from that.
That's so smart, just to remind people that their feedback matters.
Absolutely.
You know, in the employee surveys that I've seen over the years, one of the most important questions, I think, is do you believe that change will come from this survey? And so that's a really great way to respond to that. What are some examples of things that you've heard and then made into something?
One of my favorite programs, just as an individual employee and team member at Hilton, and then we hear about all over, that was born out of listening, is our Go Hilton employee travel program. So we want our team members all around the world to have the opportunity to be our guests also. And so we offer them the ability to use discounted room rates so that they can travel the world. And it's especially discounted, very heavily discounted for team members. And then we also extend that to a certain number of friends and family so that they too can experience Hilton hospitality worldwide. That came out of a team member's desire to see the world.
Oh, that's great. Are there others? Are there things, I mean, are they more, you know, are there operational things that come through that?
Sure.
Operational efficiencies or improvements, as well as kind of help me be a full person and a lifestyle?
Yeah, I think one of the areas where, and I'm certain many other organizations are doing the same, where we source a lot of business opportunity is through our employee or team member resource groups that are, you know, across a variety of different communities. And those TMRGs, as we call them, are not just for celebration of culture and heritage, but they're actually for helping us drive business insights. And so we've worked with our women's TMRG, who obviously is feeling all the love from the recent accolade, to help us understand what women need when they're traveling. And I know I was on the road in Europe earlier this year, I guess it was, lost track of all time, and was having a conversation with an owner about what type of hairdryer they're using in the hotel. What are they sourcing we were at a new hotel site? And so things like that come from the TMRGs as well. Less about culture, but to your point, more about operations.
Business efficiencies, that's so smart. So Hilton is operating at last count in 124 countries and territories, and you said you've got 460,000 employees. How do you create a unified culture across cultures, nationalities, languages, you know, religions, all of that? What's the through line?
Yeah, well, this is the area of my love language, because often this is where communications becomes so critical. We place a very high premium on the way in which we communicate with team members internally. A few of the best practices for us are frequency and consistency. We want team members to know that they're going to hear from our CEO on a recurring basis. He sends a message every other week, and usually it's a video message. He's on the road in Japan right now, and the team is just putting the finishing touches on his spreading the light and warmth from video series, and that will go out as soon as he's back, and we do that on repeat every other week to send a signal to teams that we are, alive and well in all these countries and out on the road, and to repeat and sort of reintroduce a lot of the themes that are important to us. So those consistent communications matter. When we think about the ways in which we communicate with our teams, it's twofold. It's what do I need to know to do my job? And so there's a lot of rigor and discipline around that. And also, what do we want team members to know to be reminded why Hilton? They could be, especially in the current labor market, they could be anywhere.
Yeah.
It goes back to what we were just talking about with respect to a place of purpose and values. And so we do a lot of storytelling and best practice sharing. In these very repetitive, intentionally redundant, as I tell my team, methods, so that we're kind of always pressing the message.
Intentionally redundant, that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah.
What does Chris talk about in his CEO videos?
He talks about what he's been up to. So this week in Japan, we celebrated our 60th, or we are celebrating our 60th anniversary in Japan. And so there was a big celebration with owners. He is always spending time in hotels with team members and touring different new sites and existing sites. And so he talks about the stories of those team members that he's met with and the inspiration that they provide to him so that we can all be filled up and have that connection to what we're all doing around the world.
Like a day in the life of the CEO.
Exactly, and it's always different.
I've read once that executives and employees at Hilton, when they start, you kind of do an immersion job for a couple of days, or I don't know how long, you tell me. But did you do a spot job like that when you joined, or have you had assignments to go be a bellman or some job in a hotel?
So I haven't yet. I have shadowed many a team member, many a GM, and other team members in hotels. But a lot of our executives have, and they'll tell you that some of their favorite experiences are the laundry routine is rigorous and important.
Big operation.
That's big operation. Bartending is always a hot topic and a lot of fun when we allow executives to get behind the bar in that way. So
fun.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
I think going back again to seeing her CEO speak, his first job at Hilton was, I think he was in high school or something, and wasn't he an electrician or like a building operations person?
He will tell you that he started his career in the toilet. He was plunging toilets. That's the job that was available in engineering. And so here he is now. So we talk a lot about, in hospitality and hotels, any job you can imagine. You want to be a chef, you want to work in finance, you want to work in operations, you want to work in marketing and PR. There's something for everyone. We want people to come for the job and stay for the career, is what we talk about.
When you talked about being in Japan for 60 years or being in other countries now, when someone walks into a Hilton lobby, what is the first thing that they feel that's Hilton?
If we've done our jobs, it should be warmth. Right? And so what does that mean? We talk a lot about, and what I think has really resonated with me in what's special about hospitality is we are the background in everybody's story, right? You walk through a hotel door, you walk into a lobby, you could be coming off of the most impactful moment of your life. It could be the worst day of your life or something in between. We don't need to know those details. We just need to make you feel welcome and to have that warmth that you can be who you need to be in that moment. And that's pretty special.
That is really special. It makes me think of the different kinds of welcoming in different cultures. When I've stayed in Hilton in a different country, it is that sense of welcoming and warmth. It's not a corporate prototype. It's very specific to that location.
Right.
One of my favorite places is in Hawaii, and my family is from Lahaina. My town is the town that burned down in August, and it was really terrible for everyone. But the way that community has come together with a real sense of aloha spirit, and you think about the hundreds of homes that were lost, the businesses that were lost, the native Hawaiian culture that's been lost. People really looked to their employers to support them in different ways, like on day one to help locate family on day 2 to find a new place to live. Talk to me about Hilton's footprint on Maui,
Sure, yeah.
and how you kind of rallied the troops. How did you all help?
Sure. So we actually, our number of operating hotels on Maui is actually relatively small. But that did not factor into the way in which we activated because of that sense of hospitality and community that's so important to us. When we have our footprint in a community, we consider it our community as well. And so it was devastating, and it was meaningful to see how quickly we were able to spring to action. We always say in any moment of crisis, and there are so many, sadly, happening all around the world, our first priority is the safety and security of our guests and our team members, and so that's where we start. We communicate with our team members immediately, both those in the impacted area to make sure that they have access to a fund through our foundation that they can leverage if they need it for immediate support, and then to the rest of our community so that team members know that we're taking care of the family, so to speak. In the case of Maui, we were able to raise $500,000 for local organizations, the local United Way and Maui Strong. We partnered with World Central Kitchen with our local chefs on the ground. We were thankful and grateful that our hotels and our team members especially weren't directly impacted. Surely they had family and friends that were, but they were able to jump in and help. And we partnered with Clean the World to distribute 20,000 hygiene kits. We sort of did as much as we could. We shared that broadly with the team, and you'd be amazed at the types of responses that we receive from our team members from all around the world.
Wow. That's really meaningful. Thank you for doing that work.
Absolutely.
Every little bit helps.
Absolutely.
Well, listen, we need to wrap up.
Oh my gosh.
But I could talk to you all day, but I just wanted to do one quick lightning round
Sure.
because it sounds like you travel a lot.
I do.
Okay, so just super quick.
Okay.
What's your favorite place to travel?
Right now, Puerto Rico, because I have 2 small children and it's super easy and we have a rich history there. The pina colada was invented at the Caribe Hilton in Puerto Rico in San Juan. You should all go.
Oh.
It's a lovely place, especially
Who knew?
this time of year. Yes.
Okay, who knew? Okay, since you travel so much, window or aisle?
Ooh, window always.
Carry-on or checked?
Carry on when I can make it work.
Yeah, but not with you can't with kids. All the
No,
stuff that you
not
take
when
with
they're
kids.
involved. No, but sometimes
On
my
business
husband
travel.
meets me because I'm already traveling, so I get to carry on and he doesn't.
Oh, that's fun. That's fun.
For me, yeah.
So when we look at the title of this conference,
Yes.
all around business solves,
Yes.
it so dovetails with Hilton's
Absolutely.
purpose and mission.
Yes.
What does business solves mean to you?
I think business has a responsibility to be a good corporate citizen of the world. And I think at a time when there is so much vitriol and so much divisiveness and that individuals are looking to business to solve. And who better than business to solve? It's how we're built. Those of us in business, go to work every day to solve problems and to do it at scale. And so I think there's a real opportunity when you combine those skill sets with purpose-driven organizations to solve in a way that can have meaning in the world and leave it better than we found it.
Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
I learned
Thank
a
you
lot
for
about
having me.
Hilton. I have so many more questions. I'm sure they all do too. You can find her on LinkedIn, I'm sure,
Yep,
and
I'm
keep
there.
up on the awards. If you want to learn more about the best place to work for women, I'm sure they've got all kinds of material on that. Congratulations
Thank you so much.
on that.
Thanks
Terrific.
everybody.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At New Day USA, we are a mortgage company, and we have the honor and the privilege of making a difference in the lives of veteran families and getting them back on the road to savings.
The Marine Corps really taught me a lot of things, and having that background in the Marine Corps and knowing that New Day changes veterans' lives every single day was a place I knew I had to come to.
Me being a veteran myself, every day I go home, it's know that I'm helping the people that are my brothers and sisters as well, not only on the mortgage side of everything, but the community as well.
We have our own foundation. Every dollar that goes in goes right out to veterans charities, and we're working very closely with Georgia Military College, primarily young children of Gold Star families.
For me as a veteran, having seen men and women serve, and seeing the sacrifice that family makes. And then you see a company like New Day step in and say, we're going to take care of your kids. It's huge, it's huge.
For me to have the opportunity now where we give back to the veterans, there's nothing more rewarding in life than that.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. For this morning's session, we will hear from our esteemed speakers about their work addressing economic mobility. Now, economic mobility refers to an individual, family, or group's ability to improve their economic status over time. Upward economic mobility has been a central tenet in the cultural narrative of America's story. Historically, access to the resources that enable economic mobility has been improved or hindered by several factors throughout one's life. Here at the Chamber Foundation, some of our programs focus on partnerships with key stakeholders that drive economic growth in America's communities. We also have programs that address democracy building, talent and workforce, and disaster resilience, to name a few. Now, for today's discussion, we'll delve deeper into the topic of economic mobility and how each of our speakers address and do meaningful work at key moments of people's lives. So with that, I want to introduce our panelists this morning. Seated next to me is Rachel Goslins, who is the Executive Director and Chief Creative Officer at the Milken Center for Advancing the American Dream. Thanks for joining us. Next to Rachel is David Clooney, a principal at Edward Jones and the firm's head of community relations. We're also pleased to have Alicia Wilson with us today, a managing director at JP Morgan Chase and the firm's North American head of philanthropy. And also joining us is Rear Admiral Thomas Lynch, the executive chairman at New Day USA and a veteran of the US Navy. We're fortunate to have all of these panelists with us today, so please join me in a warm welcome. So for today's session, let's begin with the question, what is the status of economic mobility today? And let's start in the middle with David.
So thank you for having us here today, and thank you for covering this topic. So economic mobility today, we're at an interesting place where I think we're seeing on one end of the spectrum more opportunities for people to build wealth, to I think leapfrog the steps and progress on the path to building wealth. You know, you think about things like startup companies, liquidity events, younger people making investments, getting into the economy and having success at an earlier age, and even talking about money earlier. On the flip side of that, and I think the pandemic really bared witness or laid bare a lot of these realities. On the lower end of the income and wealth spectrum, I think people are having a harder time getting in or moving on the economic spectrum and moving on economic mobility. And I think we saw the gaps and inequities and inequalities getting wider and wider. So to me, the state is that there are huge opportunities, but we also have a lot of work to do to make sure that we are proactively, strategically, and deliberately including more people in those opportunities to produce a more inclusive, productive, resilient economy.
Great, thank you, David. And Rachel, I'll turn to you.
So the state of economic mobility, and we spend a lot of time thinking about this at the center, is unfortunately not great. We have been, if we look at economic mobility in terms of the likelihood of a child to do better than their parents socioeconomically, we've been in decline on this indicator since 1940. So in 1940, a child born in 1940 had a more than 90% chance of making more in their lifetime than their parents did. By the 1980s, so a child born in the 1980s, that number goes down to about 50%. So there really have been, it is not a mirage that people feel like things have been getting harder for them and that opportunities are scarcer. It's increasingly clear that this is, you talk about the different factors that influence it, and there are a lot of those, but locality and geography is an incredibly powerful force. There was a study that just came out last week where a team of researchers from Harvard, Cornell, and the US Census got together and looked at the impact of locality on income. And, to some extent, it's sort of obvious, and to another extent, when you look at it in the face, it's a little shocking. So, children from neighborhoods that were adjacent to each other, depending on the socioeconomic class living in that neighborhood, had a wildly different prospectus for income by the time they hit 34. So, for a group of kids, for kids living in a particular neighborhood, the average income by the time they hit 34 was $56,000 a year, and just a few blocks over, the average income was $33,000 a year. And what they found is, as children moved from one neighborhood to another, their income increased in decreasing amounts as they got older. So by the time they were about 24, the impact of moving to a different neighborhood went away. So there are really significant challenges, and the indicia are not going in the right direction. On the bright side, and I think as you mentioned, like there are solutions out there. There are a lot of things that we know work. This isn't like solving cancer. It's not that we don't know the answers. We know a lot of the answers. We just need to be focused on them and have the political and business will to accomplish them.
Thank you. And with that, I want to turn to Admiral Lynch. Please share your thoughts as well.
Well, thank you, Shanique, and I would have to agree with my fellow panelists here. I remember a Pew study that came out about 2 years ago, and it talked about a survey they had taken of all American families, and of all American families, 43% of whom, if they had a $400 problem, they had to borrow, sell something, or borrow to solve that $400 problem. We in this room, I don't think there's anybody in this room that has that problem. But with the inflation and the problems we have in our society today, I would say that's probably up to almost 50%. And so I would say that economic mobility is a bit confusing, it's a bit complex, and it's evolving. And I think, in addition to what's been said, I think it takes a kind of depends on where you are in the spectrum here. Your access to education, and your education level, the opportunities that are presented themselves, the economic policies themselves. And I, as the chairman of New Day USA, a national mortgage lending company focused on veterans only, we feel blessed because the veteran comes to us, we have an opportunity to put that veteran, in fact, our goal is to put every military veteran in a home. So when they come to us, we do whatever we can to help that veteran realize the American dream of home ownership. And home ownership, there's probably no better measure out there than owning your own home. I think I read somewhere that for those that own their own home, their legacy is a $500,000 net worth. For those that don't, it's like $50,000. So it's a big, big step up in the continuum to economic upward mobility.
Okay, so you speak about home ownership, Admiral Lynch. David, you spoke about the opportunities, and Rachel, you spoke about the importance of addressing locations where people are born and grow up. And Alicia, I'll turn to you to answer that question.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you for having me on this amazing panel. What we see is consistently deep disparities in terms of economic mobility continue to persist. And so the urgent need to really utilize all of our tools to build a more inclusive economy it's more pressing than ever. If you just think about the impact of poverty in this country. And this is not a urban issue. This isn't a rural issue. It's an America problem. Poverty is the 4th leading cause of death in this country. So you talk about heart disease, cancer, smoking, poverty. And that statistic, that reality, is just factual. It is impressing upon all of us to just really be focused on the fact that individuals aren't moving out of poverty, which is causing death, which is preventable. So as I think about economic mobility and building an inclusive economy, it isn't a want to have, it's a must have as we think about what we need to propel this country forward, but not leave individuals on the opportunity sidelines.
Thank you. And thank you to each of you for speaking about your thoughts and about economic mobility and where things stand today. So next question is addressing upward economic mobility. So how does your portfolio at your respective organizations work to address this issue? David, we'll start again with you.
Sure. So at Edward Jones, we are a wealth management firm that has been operating for over 100 years, 101 years. And my role is a new role as head of community relations. It didn't exist before. And I think our leadership realized that we need to be forming partnerships and really an ecosystem of support to create a more resilient and inclusive economy. And as everybody on the panel said, correctly, this is a problem that is a problem for all of us. It is not an optional thing that maybe we get involved. Our business doesn't do as well if the economy doesn't do as well. Broadening and widening economic disparities and the lack of economic mobility is not good for a wealth management firm. It's not good for any type of firm. So, my portfolio is a new one, and we are creating essentially partnerships and an ecosystem of investments. And as a company, we have been going to clients for years and going to communities really with over 15,000 branches and over 19,000 advisors, going to communities that have not had access to financial resources, bringing those resources there, and not only improving the lives of our clients, but thereby the communities. So that's really what my portfolio is doing, is creating more of an ecosystem of going after not only our existing clients and not only the communities that we've had success in before, but taking a look at the broader economy and saying, where are we not going? Where are the gaps? Where are the unaddressed communities that are not receiving the proper attention and support from financial services companies, not only Edward Jones, but others, and being part of an ecosystem and not doing this work alone, alongside our partners to create what will be a more inclusive economy.
Okay. Thank you. And Rachel, would love to hear how you are working on this issue.
Well, so I'm a little bit of an odd duck on this panel. We're a cultural organization, not a bank or a grant-making organization or a philanthropic arm. So just as a little bit of background, the Milken Center for Advancing the American Dream is a new cultural institution that's being built here in Washington, D.C., actually just a few blocks away in a set of historic bank buildings right across from the Treasury and the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue. And our mission is to revitalize the concepts and values behind the American dream, as well as provide pathways to opportunity for all of the folks who are going to come through our doors and visit us online. So our toolkit is a little different than some of my colleagues up here. We spend a lot of time thinking about the power of narrative, which sounds like a soft skill or a soft tool, but actually is incredibly important. It is in some ways the condition precedent for all the work that you all do and that everybody on this panel does. If people don't believe that they can get ahead, if people don't believe they can be a success in this country, then we're lost. They can believe that it's easy, they can believe that it's really hard, they can believe that it's too hard and it's unfairly hard, but they have to believe that pathways to opportunities exist. Otherwise, we've lost the battle. We think a lot about that. How do we tell stories and give people the information they need to understand pathways of opportunities without being naive or Pollyanna about a lot of the challenges, especially for particular communities in getting there. So we do this through first-person storytelling, providing people examples of other folks throughout our country and from different communities who have found pathways to success through entrepreneurship and innovation, through lots of different modalities. We do it through providing data and context and historical context for folks. You know, you can get very mired in the moment, which often seems very dire, and it's often helpful to sort of pull out and look at longer-term trends around things like literacy and life expectancy and immigration and impact of businesses on the economy. So we do that, and then we do that by asking them to tell us their stories of their own families and their own journeys, which is often a more hopeful conversation than these larger conversations about what's going on in the world at large. And finally, we give them tools around financial literacy, tools about the 4 pillars of our center are health, access to capital, entrepreneurship and innovation, and education. So in each of those pillars, we strive to give people concrete tools and resources that they can use to build more concrete pathways for themselves, their families, and their communities.
Great. And Admiral Lynch, we'll turn to you.
Well, thank you, Shanique. I would say that at New Day, we feel, as I mentioned earlier, we feel very blessed because we're working directly and engaging directly with that military veteran. He or she who served our country, made possible all the freedoms and values that we cherish in this country, and now they're looking for a hand up, not a handout. And when they call, so our approach is multifaceted, really, because very few of us in this country had real financial literacy education, and so our military veteran is no different. And the transition from the military to civilian causes a lot of problems and issues that they didn't comprehend or understand at the time. So it's very easily for them to be in a serious financial debt situation. So we do when that veteran calls, it's a 45-minute call. We have 500 account executives, and they work directly with that veteran. And so they, and the first words out of our mouth is, Admiral Lynch says, I'm to do whatever I can to help you get that loan. And that takes a real burden off. And then we work with them, and if their FICO scores, their credit rating, loan-to-value ratio, debt-to-income ratio is less than it should be, how did you get there? What is the problem? Here's what you need to understand. And in every case, we try to get that veteran on the road to financial security. And so it's multifaceted. About 13 years ago, we formed our own university. So we train our account executives so they not only are the best mortgage bankers in the country and give quality service, but they also have that financial literacy that they can work with that veteran. If they're not qualified now, and the veteran will not get that loan unless there's a net tangible benefit to the veteran and has the means to make his payments, his or her payments, because it does no good for the veteran or for our society at large to give a loan and then have delinquency. Right now we are, and we have been, the lowest delinquency rate of any mortgage company in the country. And then the third part is giving back to the community through our foundation. We work with nonprofit organizations. We work with homeless shelters for the veterans. We work with Boulder Crest, veteran care and well-being not too far from here in Northern Virginia. And so we do whatever we can and primarily provide tuition assistance to those veterans who gave their life. So we take care of their children with tuition payments for school tuition payments. And we have, and that's 64 that we've funded with $10 million over the past few years. And then another 160 some who parent was totally disabled on active duty. So We consider it a noble purpose, we consider it a blessing, and we feel very proud of what we're doing today for the veterans community.
Thank you. And Alicia, how are you all doing that at JP Morgan Chase?
Well, we work and look at how can we uniquely, as a financial institution, really impact communities. There are a couple of ways I think that we are able to do this with both humility but with purpose. We have proximity as an advantage as we think about our 4 pillars of work: jobs and skills, small business, financial health, and neighborhood development. And we utilize our proximity and community to understand what are the challenges, but also what are the opportunities when we talk about those 4 pillars of work, and then how can we uniquely contribute to the dreams and aspirations of that local community. And so as we think about how that plays out on the ground, when we are in communities from rural or if we are in urban communities, we're really thinking about what are the unique set of circumstances that allow for us to engage. And then we don't just think about our philanthropy. Many times, you think about a financial institution, you think the power is in the purse. Actually, the power is in the platform. And the power is in the ability to impact policy and to also allow for our insights to be helpful and transformational for others who are seeking to do great things in their community. And so we really think about bringing the full force of our firm to both the challenges but the opportunities, utilizing our platform, utilizing our great insights in our policy center, our insights, our institute, as well as even how we do business to impact local communities.
Oh, that's great. And thank you to each of you for talking about the work that you're doing and how you're working to address these issues. So with that, David, I'm going to turn to you for a question specific to the Edward Jones strategy and approach. So how do you focus on different populations and what are your points of entry typically?
So, we talk a lot about our purpose at Edward Jones, and our stated purpose is to partner for positive impact to improve the lives of our clients and clients and colleagues, and together better our communities and society. And so what we're really trying to do, as you talked about platforms, is use our platform as an organization that has helped families build wealth for over 100 years and take the learnings from that and really be, I think, a model for the rest of the industry. So, we kind of see trends across the industry, and there's been a move, up the income spectrum to service, ultra high net worth and high net worth clients. Of course, we do that as well, but we also make sure we are servicing everyone, particularly the middle class. And not only, one of the shifts that we're making in our business model is not only helping people manage, protect, and grow their wealth and give it away in a strategic way, but also build wealth. And that's really a new component of the work that we're doing at Edward Jones, and I think that folks are looking at doing across the industry as a business imperative, as something that will help not only our firm grow and succeed and be sustainable, but help the industry and help the economy be more sustainable. So, as we're looking at different communities now, we're really on a journey, and we're taking learnings from our own business, but we're also the partnering part of this is so important. There are insights and there's proximity that we just won't have, and there are communities that we're just not in. So we go to organizations, nonprofit, for-profit, startup organizations, folks that are looking for gaps in the service model of financial services, and really partnering with them and supporting their efforts to fill gaps and make sure that we are going to folks not only who have had the access to the resources and information that have made our clients successful over, for over 100 years, but especially for the folks who have not had access to that information and those resources. So we're really looking at the ecosystem and I think the entire industry writ large, and we're being very specific and strategic about using data to drive how we can lean in on the things that have been working, but also how we can try to address gaps, and a lot of that is through partnerships.
Thank you. And very important part of the work that you mentioned, the access and providing information to a wider range of audiences. Alicia, now we know that JP Morgan Chase focuses on economic mobility in a variety of ways, and you've touched on some today, including neighborhood revitalization, business development, skills training, among others. How do you leverage the investments to improve the lives of individuals and communities?
So I think I have a couple of examples where I think leverage is really illustrated. And I think also what's illustrated is what I call sort of confident humility. Because when you are an institution of the size and scale of JP Morgan, you could try to go it alone. And really the joy isn't in going it alone, it's in actually building, to David's point, an ecosystem that ultimately allows all of the individuals who are of like mind and of like heart and want to have impact to be alongside you. So think about the work that we've done in Detroit, and I'll just focus on one area, which is our Entrepreneurs of Color Fund, which we locked arms with W.K. Kellogg Foundation and also the Detroit Development Fund to create a fund that ultimately, as we worked in tandem with entrepreneurs, knowing that access to capital persisted as an issue for them in being able to scale their businesses, being able to ramp up to enter supply chains. And so since 2015, we worked with about 5,700 entrepreneurs and deployed about $285 million in tandem with those two other entities to really impact businesses in their growth trajectory. I think about the work in Chicago where we focused on the healthcare sector. There's so many jobs in the healthcare sector, but the reality is where you start in the healthcare sector shouldn't be where you end in 20 years. And so really we made significant investments in seeing how we could move individuals out of that entry-level wage into higher paying jobs within their institutions, ultimately so they get access those assets that really indicate wealth. And so those are just two instances where I think of how we approached, how we invested alongside others, and really we're focused not on sort of JP Morgan being on the headline, but really what could we do in tandem with those impacted, but also in tandem with those who are in that community to drive real change.
Okay, great. And Admiral Lynch, actually, let's turn to Rachel. So Rachel, in your role, you speak about working to tell the story of the American dream, especially at a time where many question the reality. So what is your key strategy in communicating this message?
So, it's a great question. There's a great quote by the former dean of the Harvard Business School who said that the American dream is actually our country's greatest asset, more important than our natural resources or our workforce or our entrepreneurial and innovation community, because it is for over 100 years what has driven inspiration, excitement, investment in this country from within and from abroad, and that it is something that deserves protecting. And as you mentioned, there are many people who question its availability these days, and understandable given some of the things we've talked about in the panel. The good news is this is not new. Since James Truslow Adams coined the phrase in 1931, its meaning and availability has been a hotly contested subject of conversation in the public sphere. In 1961, Eleanor Roosevelt wrote an article for The Atlantic entitled "What Happened to the American Dream?" And in retrospect, that was when we were actually in the middle of a kind of unprecedented time of prosperity, and in many ways, the golden years of what many people think of as the American dream. So it has always been a difficult, important subject that provokes a lot of really strong reactions and personal experiences. And I think that's a really good thing. The American dream is not an algorithm or a set of facts. It is an incredibly personal set of ideals that changes depending on who you are and what you want and where you come from and where you want to go. So we at the center have embraced this idea of debate. We are not the experts on the American dream, on defining it or telling you whether you have or haven't achieved it. We believe we're creating the center as a place of welcome to help people further understand and connect to what they think and feel about the dream and how they want to manifest that in their lives. We have a timeline. This comes up, we're doing a timeline of kind of expressions of the American dream, and like the amount of debate, you know, for everything from the original coining of the phrase to the Simpsons episode on the American dream in 2010, you know, it's been filtered through a bunch of different eyes. And so we ask in our initial spaces at the center, the first thing we do as a visit is, if you come in as a visitor, is first to ask you to tell us your story, to tell your own family story, because much like, you know, there's research out there, if you ask people what they think of the educational system in America, they'll tell you it's, you know, it's terrible, and if you ask them what they think of their children's school, they'll tell you it's pretty good. So similarly, and both those things can't be true for everybody. So, you know, if you ask people about the American dream broadly, you get a very emotional reaction about the state of the world. If you ask them to tell you their family's story, that's often a portal to a more hopeful story. I bet you if I went into the audience and asked each of you to tell me about your grandparents or your parents or your kids and how they work towards what you think of as the American dream, it would be, it's my favorite question at a cocktail party, it would be a really great and rich conversation. So we ask people to first tell us about themselves and their families, and then we ask them to contribute through a number of different interesting mechanisms to a collective definition of the American dream, because it means many different things for many people. So that is how we enter that conversation, and once we have kind of opened people's hearts and minds to a more nuanced conversation about the American dream than whether it exists or whether it doesn't, then we can start giving them examples and tools and pathways and engaging them in a rich conversation about what that means.
Thank you. The topic of narrative and storytelling is also important in any of this work that we're doing. So interesting to hear about how the Milken Center works on this issue. Now with that, we'll turn to Admiral Lynch. So the veteran community is such an important and unique part of America's story, and we're always grateful for their service. Now, home ownership has historically been a tool and symbol of economic mobility throughout our history. So how does New Day USA effectively support veterans to obtain home ownership and improve their overall economic well-being?
I agree with your premise completely that home ownership is extremely important for upward mobility. It is the American dream. And we are so fortunate at New Day, because when the veteran calls us, as I said before, they are, and you need to understand the veteran we're talking about. The active duty force today, and from as long as I've known it, is about 90% enlisted. This is a person who graduated from high school, drug-free, felon-free, and served 4 to 6 years in uniform, and then any number of years, maybe 32 like myself, or the minimum of 4 years, and then got out and joined the civilian community. Some struggle at times, but they all are going to experience what everybody in this room will experience, whether it be a medical issue or kids at home with the kids, or tuition, taking care of parents, or tuition payment, whatever it is. It's very easy to get behind the 8 ball, and now you got some heavy debt. And now, but as we have a saying, why rent when you can buy? And one of the benefits we give the veterans as Americans for their service is a VA home loan benefit, which means there's no down payment. I, Captain Lynch, in 1971, I'm sorry. No, excuse me, 1981. Got it. Interesting, I should say 81 because I'm 81 years, so you got to give me a little break there. But in 1981, no money in the bank, moved from Norfolk to D.C., ordered in the Pentagon, got to get a home, got to get the kids settled, got to get the doctor, and I need to get back in the office. And interest rates in 1981, January of 81, 21%. I mean, how do you make that with no money? Fortunately, because of the VA, and I always say I did everything but lie to qualify for that loan, but we got in that loan. Probably, I don't know how many times I've refied it over the years, but fortunately for me, that saved me. People are out there today facing the same challenges. Now interest rates are 8%. I look at it as, oh, that's free money compared to what it was in 21, but that's a tremendous burden for people. And if all of you were New Day employees, and I've done this many times too over the years, and say, how many of you have had a veteran cry on the phone? Boom, every hand goes up like that. And so when you get a veteran at home and you explain to them that 29% you're paying on that credit card, that 8 to 13% you're paying on that auto loan, and that's a fact today. If we could put you in a VA home loan, a 30% fixed rate at 8%, and you'll have the opportunity to refi that in the future, as old Admiral Lynch did when he was a captain. Think what that's going to do for you and your family. For the average client, we are talking about consolidating $33,000 of credit card debt, putting $17,000 in the bank, and lowering that payment by $500 a month. That is huge. That is huge. And now when you talk about, and then we put in the financial literacy, and I think part of the ethos of the military, that's why our delinquency is the lowest in the country, is that the veterans, they've seen what hell looks like. They're not going back. And so, and we have given them the financial literacy to say that, here's what this interest payments are. Here's what you're really paying. Here's what long-term planning is all, and budgeting is all about. And here's financial planning for the future. It gives them the wherewithal, the financial means, and then they go out and be productive members of our society, and it helps the whole upward mobility of that group of people. So, as I said earlier, we consider it a noble purpose. We feel we're blessed to be able to do this, and that's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
It's helpful to look at the veteran community as an example as we're having this conversation, because the veteran community is such a microcosm of America. We have people from all different communities, different races, just everybody's represented. So it's interesting to hear your perspective, Admiral Lynch, and how New Day USA is working on economic mobility. So with that, a few folks on the panel have mentioned the importance of partnerships. And we know that, as you mentioned, building the ecosystem and working within it is also a key part of being successful in your work and reaching larger groups of people. So Alicia and David, I feel like you spoke quite a bit about that. So Alicia, I'd love to turn to you to talk about what are the characteristics of a good partner, and how do you select them in the work that you do?
Sure. One, we're driven by impact. And so when I look at a partner, I'm really looking at someone that is doing the work in the community with real results. Someone that's collaborative. Again, I don't think the genius is in being by yourself. It's in who can you bring alongside you. And then utilize data, right? And so part of this is quantitative data, qualitative data, but understanding the data and what the data is bearing out, so that we can have the humility to switch course if we need to pivot, to augment, to change. We have great relationships because the program officers on my team actually sit within the community. They're from those communities. They live in those communities. And so their ability to understand a partner is very different than me sitting in my office in Washington, D.C., looking at glossies, looking at beautiful websites. They're actually sitting in community and looking at who are the beneficiaries or intended beneficiaries of the work, and is it really doing what it's supposed to do, what it's intended to do? Are people working with purpose? And so really, it's a beautiful opportunity I think we have to really be thoughtful in how we approach partnership, to really get under the hood a bit, but without putting a burden on those that we partner with to sort of do the great show for us. Really, we want to see the great work, and that's what we love in seeking out partnerships.
Great. And David?
So you said it very well, and I'll only add, I think we look at the credibility of the organizations we're working with, their authenticity, particularly in the communities that they're working in, their track record, their ability to help us deliver on a promise or an objective. And one example I'll give is, for our purpose impact areas, the things that drive the work that we do to impact communities, one of them is partnering for lasting financial strength. A huge component of that for us has been financial education. We know just the numbers on how few people are introduced to financial education and what it means when you get folks on that trajectory, especially earlier on. So we have a partnership with EverFi with a program called Financial Fitness to reach 1 million learners, and that's really just one component of the work we're doing around financial wellness. But our ability to achieve scale with a partner like that, is something we couldn't do on our own. But I also think one thing I'll say about partnership is we learned, I think during the pandemic, especially in 2020 post George Floyd, about partnering with an eye toward equity and what we're doing as large organizations with our platform and our scale in terms of creating opportunities for smaller organizations, especially to get more opportunities. So looking at the makeup and representation on the boards of the organizations that we're partnering with, looking at what we can do by virtue of giving smaller, newer organizations an opportunity to work with us that will then produce more opportunities for them to work with other organizations. So we think about partnership really holistically and about not only what we're trying to achieve, but what we can do by virtue of being a partner and bringing folks into the Edward Jones platform.
Great. As you were speaking about partnerships, both of you touched on the impact. And I would love for each of you to speak a bit more about how you measure the impact of your work in the various communities. So, Alicia?
Sure. Well, I think there was a time when everyone measured by outputs, like how many, right? And now we are more oriented toward outcomes. So what did that mean for that family? Like, as you think about an investment, I talked about the Detroit Fund, you can talk about how many loans you produced, how much money went into businesses, but how many employees were they able to hire? And ultimately, how much did their revenue grow? And did they move into a brick and mortar or not? Are they able to access health insurance for all of their employees? Like, those are measures of outcomes that ultimately have a ripple effect on the health and vitality of a community and ultimately impact those social determinants of health that I talked about that are making poverty the 4th leading cause of death in the country. And so really we are very outcomes driven and have built and are building systems that allow for us to really have that level of analysis when we think about and help to direct how we can double down, how we can double click, and how we can sort of put our thumb on the scale of those things that are having those outsized effects.
Great, thank you. And David, how are you all at Edward Jones working on impact?
I think you put it very well, and I'll say we're all on a journey. We for a long time across sectors, public, private, nonprofit, have been really good at announcements, not as good at the follow-up a year down the road, 2 years down the road, 5 years down the road. So now we've been starting to ask the question about what our objectives are on the front end before making an investment, but also being data-driven about what we're actually trying to do in the way of outcomes. So for us, a lot of it, we are building new systems. There are all kind of organizations that are bringing, that are creating databases and repositories and metrics to be able to kind of identify and measure what the impact of investments have been, and we're engaging in that space as well. But for us, a big part of it is tying this to our business objectives and being able to say, as a business, how are we investing in community and impact work in a way that is sustainable, but also that is not only done out of our foundation and out of the philanthropic arm of our organization, but how do we weave it into our business principles so that when we're looking at the return on our investment, it's about what kind of outcomes have we had in the way of people who are broadening the addressable market of potential investors, not only for Edward Jones, but for the economy writ large.
Great, thank you. So as we are winding down, there is another question I want to ask as we come to a close, and that is, what is a key takeaway that you want the members of the audience today to leave with? Are there particular action items that you recommend as folks in the audience are thinking about programs on economic mobility? I know topics of measuring impact is something that is very central to many people's work, and just thinking about how to effectively do that. So would love to know action items and key takeaways. Rachel, I'll start with you.
So I would say two things, since I'm the narrative girl on the panel. I would say, spend as much time thinking and talking within your organizations and more broadly about what works as what doesn't work. I feel like we spend a lot of time focusing on, what we fear and less on what we want. And so, we've heard some great examples here today. There's a lot of great examples in the world. We're doing a partnership with Gallup where we're doing public opinion polling on the American dream, and we're asking them for almost the first time in decades of polling to not just ask about what are the challenges for the American dream to thousands of people, but also what is working for them. That information is important too. It helps drive a more hopeful narrative, and it also helps drive momentum towards concrete solutions. So look for what's working as well as what's not working, and think bold, think big. This is a big, hairy problem, and we're not going to solve it by fussing around in the margins or by safe solutions that aren't scary to underlying systems. We need to look at systemic, big picture, bold solutions to this problem.
Right. David?
I'd say the simple answer is start talking about money early and often. It is something that has been a taboo subject, particularly in particular communities. I know in communities of color and otherwise, it's like that's grown folks' business. We don't talk about that. I think it's something we need to get more comfortable talking about. And so that's the simple answer. The more elevated answer for the folks in this room is think about how your organizations are impacting the current status of economic mobility. Are you part of the solution? Are you part of the problem? Are you somewhere in between? And I think the more we all understand how we interact with this continuum and how we are involved one way or another, I think being more proactive about trying to drive better outcomes for more people, better economic outcomes, we can all think about how that improves our own business, but also how we can be, part of the solution instead of part of the problem.
One thing I would say is I think collaboration is key. As we are in institutions that have our 4 pillars of work or 3 pillars, it is important and incumbent upon us as we think about building an inclusive economy to find people who will meet us at our edge and to lock arms with individuals that are going to take us to really being fulsome and thinking about the solutions. And so collaboration, I think, is key.
Thank you. And Admiral Lynch, what is the key takeaway you would like to leave our audience with?
As I look out on our audience here, I see bright, upward mobile, type A, fantastic young men and women who are the future leadership of this country. They're not in leadership positions already. And I look back on my career, and I had command of my first ship, which is the epitome for a naval officer, to have your own command. And I won't get into all the details, but over the 3 years I had command of that ship, which is post-Vietnam malaise and shortage of everything, and yet we're in the midst of the Cold War. I developed a philosophy of ship made self. Ship made self, so if you're a sailor aboard this ship, every thought, word, and deed, you have to think, what effect that thought, word, or deed is going to have on my ship, my shipmates, and then I worry about myself. And you all can say, well, that's all military. It doesn't have anything to do with me. How many of you are a husband, a wife? You've got to think that way with your family. What effects is it going to have on my spouse? What effect is it going to have on my children? And then you worry about yourself. In any leadership position, that's the way you've got to feel. Okay. And so I was told, actually I read about 10 years ago, we have 400,000 homeless in this country. So pick it up on racial, there's a huge problem. I didn't believe it, but let's say it's half that, 200,000. If there's one out there that's homeless, we ought to be doing something about it. I can't do it as an individual. New Day can't do it as a single company. But if we formed some kind of a partnership, public-private nonprofit partnership. And I went to DOD, and we went to the VA, and we went to the nonprofits when I lived in Philadelphia for a while, and I talked to a nun up there who was really big into the homeless. I said, how do you know this person is homeless? Well, they tell me. And I said, well, you know, they wouldn't have told you back in the 60s. Today, they're going to tell you whether they're homeless or not, whether they're military or not, because they're sort of in vogue. So, but we need to get down and solve that problem, if that is a problem. That's a microcosm of some of the major problems that was brought up here today. But I think all of you and all of us need to see if there's not partnerships we can form in our own little entity or people we're working with to make some things happen and take a little chip here, a little chip here, and then eventually solve some major problems.
Thank you, Admiral Lynch.
Well, thank you, Shanique.
Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, David, and thank you, Rachel. Rachel, your work in terms of narratives, Alicia and David, your work in terms of wealth building, neighborhood revitalization, business development, the list goes on. And Admiral Lynch, your work with the veteran community. Thank you to everyone here for joining us, and I want you to all give them a round of applause. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Shanique Street, and I want to introduce my co-presenter.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Lorraine Carrasco. I am Vice President of Community Relations and Market Manager for Washington, D.C. at Citi.
Wonderful. And I am the Executive Director of Programs here at the Chamber Foundation. So today we'd like to present the winner of today's Economic Empowerment Award. So with that, I'll turn to you to tell more about being the previous winner and the great work that you all have done.
Thank you so much. Hi. Hi, everyone. How's everybody doing? Good. So Citi has been a longtime member of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, and we have been pleased to participate in the Citizens Award several times throughout the years. And actually last year, we were honored with the Economic Opportunity and Empowerment Program Award in recognition of Citi and the Citi Foundation's investment in initiatives that help close the racial wealth gap and increase economic mobility in the U.S. So to truly move the needle for the communities we serve, we know that our programs must draw on the full spectrum of tools in our investment toolkit, from market-based solutions to philanthropy. So today, this is a forum to highlight the value of the business community's past and future investment in solutions that unlock economic opportunity, and also the role that we all play in advancing positive social impact. So they're businesses, yes, but they're also innovators, they're influencers, they're change agents, and bridge builders. So the finalists for this year's Economic Opportunity and Empowerment Program are Best Buy for their Teen Tech Center program, Visa Foundation for Pro Mujer, and Cargill for promoting a sustainable and food-secure world. So celebrated here before this room full of change makers are the finalists for this year. Let's take a look at the video.
The finalists to the 2023 Best Economic Opportunity and Empowerment Program Award are Best Buy. The Best Buy Teen Tech Center program envisions a world where all young people, regardless of their background, have the tools and guidance to reach their full potential and pursue rewarding careers. In partnership with community organizations, the Best Buy Foundation brings teen tech centers to underprivileged areas to bridge the tech gap. With dedicated staff, career programs, internships, and post-secondary resources, the Teen Tech Center program expands local talent pathways and empowers youth to explore endless possibilities. Cargill, promoting a sustainable and food-secure world, or Prosper Phase 2, a partnership program between Cargill and CARE, achieved its goal of improving food security and reducing poverty for more than 2 million people in 11 countries. Despite challenges like the pandemic, natural disasters, and economic recession, food insecurity decreased by 16% and poverty rates fell by 19% in prosper communities. Additionally, 41% more women now hold leadership positions in community groups. Visa Foundation. Visa Foundation partnered with Pro Mujer, an organization dedicated to empowering women in Latin America to advance gender equity, to develop a digital platform that provides access to innovative content, professional networking, and supportive business services. The platform has impacted over 33,000 women from 23 countries, helping small and micro businesses improve financial skills, digital adoption, sales, and equitable leadership.
And the winner for Best Economic Opportunity and Empowerment Program goes to Cargill. And today, accepting on behalf is Michelle Grogg and Chris Noble.
Thank you so much. I'm Michelle Grogg. I'm Vice President of Corporate Responsibility for Cargill, and it's just a pleasure to be here. I really want to thank the Chamber for this incredible recognition, and I also want to call out my very good friends at Visa and Best Buy. It's really a privilege to be in their company. They also have extraordinary programs. So at Cargill, our purpose is to nourish the world in a safe, responsible, and sustainable way, and we know that we can't do that alone. It takes partnership with terrific organizations like CARE. We've had the chance to work with CARE for more than 60 years, so a really, really remarkable partnership. In the last 15 years, you heard some of the numbers during that video, but we've reached more than 4.6 million people. More than half of them are women. We know that when we invest and improve economic opportunities for women, that has a great impact on their children and on the communities overall. So just a total pleasure to be here, and we really appreciate the recognition. And I want to introduce my friend Chris Noble from CARE. We couldn't do it without you, so thanks.
Thank you so much, Michelle. And we don't even look 60, do we? I wanted to thank you, Michelle, very much, and Cargill, and also thank the Chamber for this honor. It's our partnership spans 60 years, and that really represents and comes through the commitment and collaboration and evolution that we've had. The commitment is our trust and our mutual shared goals that get us through some really tough times these last couple years. Mm-hmm. And the collaboration comes through that. You know, we don't have a long relationship because of anything but the strength and that shared goals. And that also gives us that base for evolution to really grow beyond what we've done into more countries and more expansion, helping more folks. Really couldn't do it without you. Thank you so very much for your leadership. Thanks for the inspiration you give our team. And thanks to the U.S. Chamber Foundation for the inspiration and the recognition that you give us and our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thanks again for being part of this conference. I wanted to provide a quick update on what the Foundation's doing related to building disasters. building resilience before, during, and after disaster. Hopefully we're not building disasters. We want to make sure that we're solving against those. My name is Rob Glenn. I'm the Vice President for Global Resilience for the Disaster Program here at the Foundation. And so I wanted to give everyone a little bit of something to think about as we are thinking about the mission of the Foundation and our role that we have, all of us, to do something before, during, and after disaster. So much like the strategy that talks about anticipating and developing and deploying solutions, that's really what we do in the Chamber Foundation, in the program that I lead and also funded by many of you as well. When we think about disasters today, the cyclical nature of disasters in many respects is starting to get very fuzzy. This is one of the first years where we had a named storm before the actual start of the Atlantic hurricane season. We have wildfires more frequently across the country at different times that are out of sync with what we normally would find. You could look at the Maui wildfire and how that was a much different location for wildfire, particularly the way that it occurred. And we also have persistent challenges. The cybersecurity environment is intense. You have drought, you have earthquakes and seismic threats. As someone had said, it's earthquake season every day. But the cycle now is evolving to not just all hazards, but all seasons as well. And so this rising increase of disasters, more risk, more challenge, more fragmentation, frankly, in some respects. You know, FEMA had and continues to have a significant challenge in responding to disasters. It's not their fault. It's just the fact that the pace of disasters is in some cases outpacing all of our collective capacity to respond. We're not going to be able to respond our way out of a disaster. We have to build resilience, build capacity for action ahead of the disaster. And if you think about small and medium-sized businesses that comprise a significant portion of not just our economy, but economies around the world, they need all the help that they can get as well. So there's more opportunity out there. Now, these are ripped from the headlines of day one of a number of disasters that, and events and crises that we at the Chamber Foundation have been part of. Some of them are ongoing. All of them have some element of recovery to them. Some of them are still active in response. And so when we think about the Turkey earthquake and also impacted Syria earlier in this year, we saw some investments. UPS Foundation, frankly, wisely invested in building small, medium-sized business capacity with Salam Kobe. And we saw businesses become more resilient in this kind of devastation. The private sector responded with over $112 million in aid, but that's not all of it. There's more that we are not able to account for in the corporate aid tracker that's on our website. Then we saw the Maui wildfires. This aerial shot is incredible when you think about the size of the island and the devastation to that community. In that community, we're going to hear from the governor of Hawaii in a few minutes, as well as the State Chamber CEO and president, and get an update from them as well. So these disasters are occurring more frequently, and in many cases, this is Hurricane Idalia. Hurricane Idalia, yes, is to the far right of the screen. And then you have Franklin right behind it, and then you have an Invest right behind it as well. Very similar pattern to what we saw in 2017 with Harvey, Irma, Maria. This pace is going to continue, and we have to build our resilience if we're going to contend with these ever-present threats, like the Afghanistan earthquake that occurred in the early part of last month. And then I think, as we're all reading about right now, the Israel response to the Hamas attacks and the broadening crisis in Gaza. These are all opportunities for us to step forward and do something. Oh, and by the way, there's also a Cat 5 hurricane that no one saw coming, except right before, the night before. So this is from the National Hurricane Center. If you look at the time that's highlighted, 10 p.m., if you went to bed before 10 p.m., you would think that it was just a tropical depression. it rapidly intensified, and truly unprecedented intensification. And it killed nearly 50 people, and they're still responding in Mexico today. As many of you probably know, you have to understand your risk if you're going to build some sort of capacity to meet the risk. Our view is that you have to identify clear actions to take, and then also build effective partnerships. Without any kind of partnerships, you really cannot do this alone. And lastly, you have to adapt. And our vision is that through some very simple math, I mean, I've seen resilience math, it's far more complicated than this, but you have to have the team, and the team is building and strengthening a network. That's what we're actively doing every day. We're also thinking about ways that we can improve the way that we act. We don't necessarily need to only focus on the response. We have to think about how do we invest in communities, strengthen them, meet some of these underserved populations that historically have not had the resources to be well equipped to handle any kind of shock. And then how do we work well together, either before a crisis, during one, or also after, and we're into recovery. You know, our model is focused on building resilience and also reducing the cost and the impact of disasters. We do have a couple of, just to kind of wrap up, we do have a couple of website resources as well for the small businesses. So we have the Disaster Help Desk that's been active for over 15 years. It's helped thousands of businesses and had impact in thousands of communities to help them just really navigate everything from SBA, FEMA programs, as well as the programs that many of you also work on during a disaster to help communities recover. One recent advancement was the Readiness for Resiliency program. Through FedEx's core support and also through Allstate this year, we've been able to prepare more than 3,000 businesses to be ready for disasters, and we're primarily looking at improving resilience in areas of repetitive disasters. So think about areas where you have wildfire risk as well as those that are more prone to hurricanes as well. And then we're involved in humanitarian actions and response. Later today, we're going to hear from Sarah Charles, who leads the Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance at USAID. We've been very fortunate to work with USAID and the State Department because of the nature of these crises. We try to do the best we can in getting answers for the whole community, and that's why we have a number of coordination calls. We've had two recently on the situation in Israel and Gaza as well. Every year in this room, we have the annual Building Resilience Conference. We bring together a number of the federal partners, FEMA, DHS, CISA, NOAA, National Weather Service, as well as USAID. And we look at ways, as well as SBA, and we also look at ways where we can actually come together and put some of these ideas into motion. Last year, actually earlier this year, we had a drought exercise focused on a very long type of disaster. We also have programming related to developing public-private partnerships. So if you're interested in the conference that's coming up next year, please let us know. And then also, we will be sending out a save the date on next year's conference as well. These are just some of the website resources, and yes, we just updated our website, so I wanted a chance to kind of brag on the team that put it together. But this is really where you can see a lot of the work that we do at the Chamber Foundation to help people before, during, and after disaster, and to strengthen communities and to make them more resilient. The corporate aid tracker is now actually able to be searchable. Beforehand, it was very static. So I would encourage you to go to the new website, take a look at it, and then also give us some feedback on it as well. The last thing I just want to say is if you want to do something, you have a ready partner in us. We really do want to make sure that we can think about flattening the curve, if you will, of the rising cost of disasters. And certainly, there's families that are impacted, small businesses and large businesses impacted in disasters. And chances are every one of you knows somebody that's been impacted by a disaster in some shape, form, or fashion. So I will now introduce our next segment. The next segment will be a brief video from, as I said, the governor of Hawaii and the Hawaii CEO of the Chamber of Commerce.
Aloha, my name is Sherry Minor McNamara, President and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce of Hawaii. I'm honored to be joined by Hawaii Governor Josh Green to share a message with all of you during the U.S. Chamber's 25th Annual Conference and Corporate Citizenship Awards.
Mahalo, Sherry. Great to be with you. Aloha. I'm Josh Green, Governor of the State of Hawaii. I want to express my appreciation for the outpouring of support and donations for our Maui community in the aftermath of the August 8th wildfires. We truly appreciate the kindness and aloha you've shared with our Maui ohana.
Lahaina was the first capital of the Hawaiian Kingdom and the epicenter of Hawaii's international commerce. The town is beloved by our local kama'aina and visitors for its vibrant community, historical landmarks, and cultural heritage. Lahaina was home to more than 800 businesses that employed 7,000 Maui residents. It was a hub for local artists, musicians, and entrepreneurs. Between business closures and visitor reductions, the impact of the fires means a loss of $11 million per day for our economy.
We need to support lives and livelihoods in Lahaina, and to do that, we must begin to stabilize the economy. I can give you a brief update on how we are gradually reopening the Maui economy and caring for our displaced and grieving community members. One of the main factors in our decision to reopen Maui for visitors and the commerce they bring was that in our meetings, about 85% of business owners and working class families said they needed to get back to work in order to recover. The businesses were mom and pops, local boutiques, selling made in Hawaii products, all the way up to large businesses.
Your theme for this conference, Business Solves, resonates with us. Private industry in Hawaii and from around the world stepped up to help our community. We received support from chambers throughout the country, and the U.S. Chamber Disaster Response Team became an invaluable partner for our team, providing guidance and resources and facilitating private donations.
Support from the private sector is critical to solving our many challenges as we face a community in the aftermath of this disaster. Look, there are many critical ways to help our community. These are some examples. A few days after the fire in the impact zone, you saw a tech hub employ people and shipped over 50 Starlink satellite internet connections. Turo pledged $100,000 for Maui relief and matched donations of $25,000 from the Maui Strong Project. Hotels on Maui all stepped up to house people, over 9,000 people, before the properties even had reimbursement contracts with Red Cross. And dozens of others from your midst joined the wildfire survivors in continuing to receive housing and additional wraparound services at these properties with your resources. Thank you for that.
Hawaiian Airlines donated up to $50,000 to Hawaii Food Bank, Maui Food Bank, and the Maui Strong Fund. During the first 72 hours after the fires, the airline prioritized the transit of nearly 17,000 displaced residents, visitors, and first responders. Airbnb provided free temporary days for at least 1,000 people displaced by the Maui wildfires.
That lasted 2 months. And then our maritime industry, through Matson and Pesha, they transported emergency response equipment and all other supplies to Maui for FEMA and local nonprofit organizations. They were incredible, along with Verizon, which extended unlimited data, and other wireless services to help all the people at American Red Cross shelters. This was all very incredible.
These are just some of the many ways the business community is contributing to relief efforts. Performers, local businesses, and nonprofit organizations also organized fundraisers, gathered donations, and delivered and distributed necessities to Maui. Many of you responded to the call for help, too.
So like I said, we thank you. Hawaii is a special place where aloha is our way of life, and we're so proud of our residents, local businesses, nonprofits, for all coming together in partnership with our county, the state, the federal government, all to support one another. But it's going to take time to rebuild Lahaina. With your help, the community can come back stronger and even more resilient for the future. So on behalf of the people of Hawaii, the Chamber, you guys are wonderful. Mahalo for your continued support. We couldn't have done this without you.
And thank you, Governor. And on behalf of our Chamber's members, Board of Directors, and our team, mahalo and aloha. And again, we're truly thankful and grateful for the U.S. Chamber for their support as well.
Aloha.
Well, I'm going to apologize right now. You're going to see me for a couple of times over the next couple of minutes because all the programming we have for the next couple of hours is actually related to disaster resilience and community resilience. We're here to present the award for Best Community Resilience and Disaster Response Program. We have a winner, but we're also going to watch a couple of videos first for the nominees, and then also to help me with the presentation will be Melissa from Amazon, and Amazon won this award last year. So I think we can watch the videos, and then we'll announce the award.
Thanks, Rob. Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa Robinson, Head of Signature Partnerships and Programs at Amazon. Last year, my colleague Abe Diaz and the Disaster Relief by Amazon team accepted this same award for their response efforts to the Ukraine crisis. At Amazon, we believe that the best community initiatives should be structured around a company's unique assets, people power, and community. This year, our nominees do just that. Our finalists for the Best Community Resilience and Disaster Response Program are UPS and the UPS Foundation's Health and Humanitarian Relief Program in communities around the globe, AT&T for their Climate Risk and Resilience Portal, and American Airlines for their cargo contribution to the Haiti Air Bridge. Now let's take a closer look at each of the nominees.
The finalists for the 2023 Best Community Resilience and Disaster Response Program Award are American Airlines. American Airlines participated in a global logistics effort to transport life-saving medical and sanitation supplies to Haiti during a deadly cholera outbreak. In partnership with Airlink, American Airlines carried more than 55 tons of medical supplies from Europe to Miami, where they were then consolidated for distribution to Haiti. This effort saved over $1 million in transportation costs for the aid community, enabling 10 aid agencies, nonprofits, and their local partners to provide essential care to cholera patients in Haiti, saving tens of thousands of lives. AT&T. In 2021, AT&T, FEMA, and the U.S. Department of Energy's Argonne National Laboratory identified a need to make localized climate data available at no cost and in an easy-to-use format to help communities in their risk assessment processes and inform their hazard mitigation strategies. The three organizations created the Climate Risk and Resilience Portal, giving state, local, tribal, and territorial community planners and disaster mitigation officials free access to sophisticated climate science, modeling through localized data about future climate risks. UPS. Amidst the COVID-19 pandemic and global disruptions to childhood vaccinations, the UPS Foundation's Vaccine Equity Initiative provided immediate relief and resources needed to build long-term resilience, leveraging UPS's scale, technology, expertise, and partnership with Swoop Aero, Village Reach, UNICEF, and Gavi, the world's largest vaccine provider. The initiative bridges the gaps in vaccine equity and optimizing end-to-end transportation. UPS's skilled logisticians trained country-level officials, donated essential equipment, supported local operations, and provided in-kind delivery.
So I have this envelope here, and in the envelope is a winner. So this year's Best Community Resilience and Disaster Response Program winner is UPS. And accepting on behalf of UPS is Joe Ruiz.
Thank you, Rob, and thanks everybody, especially anybody who was here last night. Thank you again. It's an honor every day for me to lead a great team that delivers what matters for people all over the world. You know, when the pandemic hit, it affected everybody, but it didn't affect everybody equally. And so with our logistics expertise and our people, we were able to deliver over 50 million vaccines for COVID. But even more important is what we uncovered with the pandemic was that children that have been born since that time have not been vaccinated because most ministries stopped those programs. And over the last 2 years, we've been able to vaccinate over 200 million children who don't have basic childhood vaccines. So I just want to say, again, thanks to the Chamber, to the judges who selected this program. Also want to recognize the other finalists, all the finalists here at the Chamber, because we all believe to be a great company, you have to be a great corporate citizen. So thank you to all of our partners, all of the companies here today for all you do in the community. Thank you. Bye-bye.
We're going to take, I think, a quick break, and then we're going to have a few breakouts. In this room, we will have a breakout focused on the use of technology and integration of technology in disasters. And then in the Lee Anderson Veterans Center, we'll have a discussion focused on international disaster coordination. And so Mark DeCourcy will be moderating that panel. So if you're tired of seeing me, go there. And then if you want to stay here and talk about technology, we'll be back here in a couple minutes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask you to make your way to the appropriate breakout. Breakouts will commence at 11:45 a.m.
be on the stage. Put up and frame them now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
Well, thanks everybody for making it back from the break. This is a breakout focused on the role of technology in disasters. So we've got some great panelists with us today. My name's Rob Glenn, VP over at the Chamber Foundation, focused on disaster resilience programming. I think, as probably you all know, since I just gave that talk a couple minutes ago. You know, the theme of the conference is to anticipate challenges, develop solutions, and solve problems. Technology, I think, as we have been discussing and leading up to this conversation, is a tool. It is not it's a means to an end. It's not necessarily the end in of itself. And so we're going to explore this and along with some other ideas in our discussion. Technology can be used to reduce the risk of disasters that are happening or will happen and make them less severe when they do. That's also known as mitigation. And so we'll also think through the whole life cycle of a disaster. I'm joined by Sean, Andrea, and Ryan, and I'll turn to each of them. They'll do their own introduction as well as do a quick video on their company or their initiative. And I think we'll really bring the conversation to a real continuum. So, Sean, I'll turn to you first. Thanks for being here. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your company.
All right. Thanks, Rob. So, again, I'm Sean Griffin. I'm the co-founder of a company called Disaster Tech. And just talk about my background first, then we'll cue the video, and then a little bit more about the company. So, Rob and I served together in government, myself most recently at the U.S. Department of Energy, where I was part of the Office of Electricity and Energy Reliability. So we worked across the energy sector with oil and gas companies, electric companies, utilities, to prepare for disaster, run training and exercises. One of the major exercises that Rob and I helped to design and facilitate was amongst the Cascadia subduction zone earthquake and tsunami. So you can imagine something like that catastrophic, similar to what happened in Japan in 2011, where you have massive earthquake, aftershocks, tsunami effects, impacts to critical infrastructure. If you look at the analysis from the big one, that type of an event, it is extremely devastating to energy systems. For example, if you look at the refining capacity in the Pacific Northwest, you would lose 90+% of all jet fuel. Right, so that means as you're bringing in aid, whether it's via helicopter or plane, that capacity of fuel that's normally there on a blue sky day, all of a sudden it evaporates overnight. So something that Rob and I have been doing throughout our career and collaborating together is how do we increase the resilience of the systems, so the critical infrastructure companies themselves, but also how do we bring these companies together to work with government to establish unity of effort and unity of message that's so critical to restoring those systems, those lifeline systems, to get them back online and to support the recovery of the community for those disaster survivors impacted. In addition, my final point is that while I was serving at the U.S. Department of Energy, I had the honor of working on White House staff under Presidents Obama and President Trump as the Director for Incident Management Policy. So again, working with Rob and our colleagues across the interagency is, how do we develop policies, how do we develop strategies and doctrine in order to enhance our national resilience, and again, with the intent of bringing together the business community with government to solve problems together. So thanks again, Rob, for the opportunity, and I guess we'll now cue the video.
All right. We cue the disaster tech video.
Pratis stands ready, designed by practitioners for practitioners to prepare, predict, and respond for future crises. Pratis technologies enable the U.S. military, energy companies, utilities, and operators of critical infrastructure to predict impacts and prepare for business disruptions. Employing artificial intelligence, including GPT-4 and generative AI, high-performance computing, and workflow optimization, organizations like the U.S. Army are able to predict impacts to the base, protecting the force, safeguarding families, and ensuring mission continuity. Winter Storm Elliott on the eve of Christmas 2022 had crippling effects on transportation systems, vulnerable populations, and power infrastructure. Northeast utilities leveraged the Pratis Energy Reliability Index, power outage prediction models, to understand potential impacts to their power grid, allowing the utilities to mobilize workers and stage crews for faster restoration times while saving money in properly managing resources and supplies, keeping the heat and lights on during the holiday season. Pratis stands ready, designed by practitioners for practitioners to prepare, predict, and respond for future crises. Are you prepared? To learn more about Pratis, speak with our team today or visit www.disastertech.com/Pratis.
Again, Sean, for being here, and also thanks, Andrea, for being here from XPRIZE. I'll turn it over to you to do your own introduction and tell us a little bit more about what XPRIZE is all about.
Great, thanks so much. So I'm Andrea Santi. I'm the program director for XPRIZE Wildfire. I joined the organization in January, so new to XPRIZE, somewhat new to Wildfire too. My background is actually biodiversity conservation and supporting proven and potential leaders. How that connects back to what I'm doing now is that for decades I was working in some of the most biodiverse places of the world, tropical rainforests where you shouldn't see wildfire. And we were seeing all communities, some of the most important places that were being affected by these disasters, as well as hurricanes, tsunamis. And so really looking at that interconnection between environment and these natural disasters. And just really fortunate to be working on an exciting program that is taking a similar approach. It's really interdisciplinary, looking at how do we leverage the expertise of really bright people to help us come together to solve big problems. So XPRIZE is an organization that was started 29 years ago. We focus on incentivizing innovators to come together around grand challenges. We do that by designing and executing competitions. So our latest competition is the XPRIZE Wildfire Competition. It's an $11 million prize over 4 years to innovate and have solutions come forward to detect, manage, and respond to wildfires before they become destructive. Unfortunately, it is something that we really need right now. So we can cue the video. This gives a little bit more background about XPRIZE in general.
All right, let's look at the XPRIZE video.
I remember October 4th, 2004 really well.
It was a historic day. Virgin at quite a late stage had sponsored the project, so we were very excited.
It was a fascinating time. We had a very aggressive goal, and we didn't have much money.
3, 2, 1.
We're announcing here today the $10 million contest to privately build a spaceship that's able...
The Ansari X Prize was the first X Prize that the foundation did. It was a $10 million prize for the first privately built spaceship to go to space twice within 2 weeks.
I didn't sleep the night before. I was nervous, praying, God, please let them have a safe flight.
We're live here at the Mojave Airport on the ground, but as you can see, airborne is White Knight and Spaceship One.
The legacy of X Prize is to make dreams come true, to make impossible dreams come true.
Space will be a big part of humanity. I think the future will look very bright.
We're living in a day and age where small teams of individuals can literally do what only governments and large corporations could do before.
I just love the idea of X Prize. I mean, it spurs on innovations in a whole lot of different fields. If it hadn't been for the X Prize, we wouldn't be standing here today.
The most critical tool for solving humanity's grand challenges, it isn't technology, it isn't money, it's only one thing. It's the committed, passionate human mind.
And then last but not least, I can't think of, I'm an emergency manager, so I can't think of emergency management or being in an EOC without Esri. So I'll turn it over to Ryan to talk a little bit more about what Esri does and what his role is.
Great. Thanks, Rob. And hi, everybody. My name is Ryan Lenkloffs. I'm the Director of National Government and Public Safety at Esri. Esri as a company is focused on mapping and understanding our world. So imagine that everything you do happens somewhere, whether it's when you go to work every day, the route you travel, the decisions you make are predicated on many times what's happening around you. And so our world is really there at our disposal to better understand through mapping. And that's the world we live in, using the science of geography to abstract our world into layers of information that allow you to ask questions about where to open the next storefront or how to route something more appropriately from point A to point B. And so in my world, I come out of state government as an emergency management GIS practitioner into Esri. And so I lead our disaster response program work, which is a team I'll talk a little about today, which is focused on helping organizations globally respond to crises using maps and data to better understand the response challenges in front of them, but also how to recover more appropriately longer term. And so for today's conversation around resilience, I thought it might be interesting just to give you a sense of who we are through the video of Esri. But before I do that, just to kind of talk a bit more broadly for a second, just outside of my Esri hat, I also serve on FEMA's National Advisory Council, supporting the administrator on things related to data science and analytics for information. And also for transparency with my colleague Andrea, serve on the X Prize Wildfire Board. So we're excited about the innovation that's happening across the space to support both public and private sector with information technology. So with that, Rob, over to the video, please, and we'll pick it up. Thank you all.
Great, let's look at some Esri.
Everything on our planet is interconnected. As our world gets smaller, what happens across the globe has ripple effects that hit closer and closer to home. To understand the complex systems that shape our lives, geography matters more than ever. At Esri, for over 5 decades, we've been the leader in geographic information systems, a technology that enables people in every industry on the planet to use maps and data to take on challenges large and small, like how to protect the Earth, how to grow, how to deliver, how to care, how to plan. GIS helps users see beyond the surface, to integrate layers of data to reveal patterns, linkages, relationships, turning complexity into clarity, helping us not only see where we are, but understand how to see the way forward.
Thanks all of you for being here, and also thanks for the videos. I think it really helps to see this kind of bring it to life. want to start off the question for everyone and get some crosstalk going. Just really reflecting on both the video, but also preparing for this panel. The interaction of humans and machines, right? I mean, it can go from very Terminator-esque kinds of ideas to something that tugs at the heartstrings, like AI, the movie that came out a couple of years ago. And we'll talk about AI in a minute. But can't lose sight of the fact that humans actually prepare for and respond to disasters. And technology is a tool for them to use. So can you give us some idea of what spirit there are opportunities or innovations that come with using technology in disasters? We can start with Sean, or we can start with Ryan. It doesn't matter to me.
Before Sean, you said your name first, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, fair.
So, right, the word technology, I think, gets wrapped up in sort of these more advanced concepts like artificial intelligence, but a pen is a technology, paper's technology, right? So it's really about, okay, first starting with the why are we doing anything, and then identifying the what types of tools, technologies are actually most useful, and sometimes it is pen and paper, right? So I think we sometimes are too focused on just pushing a particular technology for whatever reason, because it's buzzworthy or it's in our face all the time, the marketing. No, we really need to first start with why are we doing this in the first place? It's the people that we serve. It's the communities that we serve, right? And so I think we've done not the best job, whether we were in government or in industry, as a technology company, when actually meeting with survivors, maybe first starting with folks who've actually experienced disaster. And you may not have the same level of empathy because you haven't experienced yourself, but at least try to empathize and sympathize with that person and understand, okay, if I'm going to build a technology, let's think of this from a human-centered design perspective. How do I build something that's actually going to benefit them, both in blue skies before a disaster? How do we reduce risk, make their quality of life better on a day-to-day basis? And if something does happen, we have to ensure that the technology is able to interface with them and interact with them, and also that we're reducing barriers of entry. I've seen too many times when we build these overly complex technological systems and people can't engage with it, people can't access it, right? And a lot of the ways that we design it, because we design them in blue skies, well, then we lose power, we lose communications, and we lose these critical lifeline systems that normally those systems rely on, and now it's basically a paperweight. So I think, fundamentally what we're trying to do through the use of technology is, again, understand what's the need of the survivor, how do we actually utilize technology to build community resilience, and how do we ensure a degree of access and equity to these tools, again, whether in blue skies or in black skies, so that it's actually providing the value that community expects it to deliver.
Any other thoughts on opportunities as it relates to that idea?
I love Sean's perspective on that. Finding the business challenge first before you start to build something, I think is so critical. I would say that this is about resilience, right? And I think if we just think for a second around climate resilience and the future of what we have in front of us, I would say that we don't quite understand what it really means. Like, I think that for all of us, you see the projections globally, you look at the data that's coming out from the IPCC and others, and it can be really hard to abstract something at the global scale down to a system scale for your business, for your community. And I think that's where technology also plays a critical role. Like, certainly in our role of mapping, and you saw some of the videos, like how can we take these grand projections that tell us something about our future, how can we bring it down into something actionable for a business or for a community or a neighborhood to know where to start focusing their efforts? And that could be through investments and grants, that could be through foundation donorships, that could just be through community activism of like understanding where to focus our efforts and bring people together to expand capability or capacity to cope to flooding or the wildfire situation we saw in Maui. I think that's where technology also there, but you said it best in your question, Rob. People use technology. I think that when we do this correct and we sit down and we understand the business challenge, we understand how technology can be an enabler to the human elements and the knowledge that we all have about the lived experiences we have and the business that you run, it can really be pretty profound if we do it correctly. And I think that's what we're all striving for, is like, how do we take innovation for wildfire? How do we build these technologies so that you actually have something that's useful, meaningful, and that frankly helps us understand where to go next, because I think that is the biggest challenge we have in front of us with resilience, because it's very easy to be thoughtful about where you go but miss the mark without a good understanding of all the factors across multiple systems interacting together. So
yeah, and I would say, a part of this is also for X Prize, we're really looking at creating this inclusive community. So for our prizes, anyone, anywhere can compete. And what really helps with this approach is that you get an individual from their community who's thinking about how to solve this problem that's uniquely relevant to where they're from, and then bringing them together as a global community to take that to the next step and looking at solutions that could work anywhere. One of the really unique approaches about X Prize is we're solution agnostic. So we're not trying to determine and predetermine what that solution should look like. We are keeping it open to say there could be a lot of different ideas. Pen and paper all the way down to AI, new sensors, autonomy, and being able to take all of those different ways of thinking about how to solve the problem, bringing them together. And then we actually create a test environment where individuals and teams test to say what really works.
Love it.
Yeah.
I think Sean, I mean, you said it a second ago, looking at focusing on the why, not necessarily the what. So, I mean, I think you're really passionate about that. So can you share a little more? And I know that there are perspectives that the other panelists have too around that concept.
Thanks, Rob. Yes, so the why. Well, the why to me is that, although Disaster Tech, it's a technology company, hence the name Disaster Tech, right? We want to make it simple for people to understand what we do.
Like it.
But the why is really, it's not about technology, it's about governance, right? The failures that we see is failures of governance. I look back to Admiral Thad Allen, who's the former Commandant of the Coast Guard, and when you think about the military engagement in a disaster or any crisis conflict, you think about chain of command, right? Command and control. But when you don't have command or authority, right? You don't have jurisdictional authority over something, you can't command it. Well, how do you enable the whole community to come together? And that's through unified effort, as well as unified message. I think we all agree, or should all agree, that one of our biggest failures in the pandemic early on was our lack of unity around our messaging, right? You have states saying different things from the federal government, you have mayors saying different things, and so it created distrust in the community on how to engage with the government that's expected to serve them. So really this all comes down to governance, but there is a role for technology ensuring that. One way is through optimizing business processes. A term that we learned during the hurricanes of Irma and Maria was the concept of mission weight. We worked with MIT Lincoln Labs on employing this LiDAR system to be able to scan places in Texas on trying to understand, below the waterline, where was the impact and what was underneath the waterline, like, for example, a power substation. But the concept of the idea of mission weight and reducing the mission weight, or really the overhead of the response in the disaster, was essential, because if you can reduce the complexity, right, and streamline or optimize the business process, you can be more focused on solving the problem. So again, we all have the same shared goals, the shared same intent, and the shared outcomes. We want to help these communities, but without unifying those efforts, it makes it incredibly difficult to do. And again, I'll just go back to what I said earlier. It's about access to information, something that you hear from business leaders all the time. When we were at FEMA headquarters briefing out, they want access to information, right? They need to know what's happening in the community so that they can make better decisions. Because I can tell you right now, it's better if we get Walmart back open, Target back open, right? Chick-fil-A back open. Honestly, we all want Chick-fil-A. Let's get Chick-fil-A back open, because they're in the business of delivering meals every single day, right? Whereas FEMA comes in, and they don't do this every day, and they're employing this large logistical apparatus, typically run by the military. That's very expensive. So again, we all have the same shared interest, but without having or breaking down barriers of access and entry into these communities and working together, we'll never achieve that unity of effort and unity of message that's required for an effective response.
So what I just heard, you say something, I immediately thought of different ways of visualizing that, and my thought went to Ryan over at Esri. Yeah. When you think about all those different moving pieces, and how can technology maybe support governance, as Sean has mentioned, but also that sense of unity of effort, unity of purpose. Can you give us a couple of maybe use cases or scenarios where you've seen that in play?
Yeah, absolutely. But maybe I'll play off of one thing that to start this conversation that you both mentioned in your intro was Cascadia. You know, think of that subduction zone if that goes in Seattle. You know, as business, you want to know exactly what's happening and the decisions that are being made by local government, right, and by the state and by federal partners. I think this is what Sean's speaking to, is this information sharing between the public and private. And again, in the context of location, that could be where roads are closed, where people need your resources the most. And it's more than just showing you exactly where, but think about understanding the demographics, the profile, so that you can put the right resources into the community, not the wrong resources that we see happen out almost every time there's a crisis or disaster. And so I think Cascadia is one place that we could pick on. I think if you think of resilience, and I think I'll just start at the national level here for a few examples of this and work my way down. Here in the US, you know, I mentioned this idea of resilience and using climate. So if you look at the Climate Mapping for Resilience and Adaptation Portal, or CAMRA for short, at the US, think of taking all the authoritative content from our federal agencies and partners, NOAA, the Weather Service, EPA, those that are scientists out there trying to understand these phenomena that are really complex, but downscaling that to community level, so each zip code or county can actually see what that projection is for them. How many heating days over 100 degrees should we expect in this part of a community? Or how many more rainy days should we expect that might lead to exacerbate flooding conditions in certain areas? That CAMRA portal is a tool that takes all this authoritative content together for the US and makes it usable not just for government, but for business. And what I love about it, it is meant to be actionable. I think that's the key here. It's not just that we can tell you there's 100 days, but understand profiles about that, like exactly where we should be, you know, focusing on tree planting, for example, if you're a community, all the way again to where you might want to think about cooling systems and transportation logistics and how that might change your delivery mechanisms, for example, longer term. And you see this play out internationally. And Grenada is a good example of a small island nation that's using the idea of maps to understand this, creating this idea of a digital twin, right? Abstracting Grenada in 3 dimensions out of a map, so now we can look at sea level rise, so they can see what facilities might be impacted through flooding. And they can play not just the scenario of sea level rise long term, but what happens when the next hurricane comes through and actually starts to flood the area. They can actually model that and understand where to invest mitigation and adaptation strategies. That's the same for business. And then finally, I would just end on maybe the idea of one of the partners that was on stage for a scenario earlier, AT&T. I think there's somebody from AT&T in the room, I hope, maybe. If not, thank you for the work you did, because AT&T did the same problem. And between 2016 and 2018, they spent over $800 million responding to repair all of their equipment as a result of primarily floods and wind events. So imagine now, if you can't understand the future conditions, how do we understand how to mitigate that? Maybe it just means moving a tower 200 feet east or west or up a hill to mitigate the flood risk over long term. That portal that they built around climate mapping resilience in partnership with Argonne National Labs is a great example of public and private partnership being meaningful around how we target future conditions to mitigate infrastructure impacts longer term. I think those are great examples of maps and data being useful for context of both government and business.
Thanks. And Andrea, from XPRIZE's standpoint, you know, you're in the business of innovation, and I thought the video really captured, I think, not only the beginning, but also where XPRIZE is going. Wildfire has been around for, it's been a threat since the beginning of, you know, man discovered fire, right? But now they're happening more frequently. Can you give us a little bit of an idea of, you know, why this XPRIZE wildfire is so important and how innovation drives the work that you do?
Yeah, thank you. So first I want to say I'm like such a map geek, so I loved everything you were saying, right? With XPRIZE Wildfire, you know, we really are looking at trying to spur innovation around 2 specific areas. One is space-based detection. We want to be able to see that, well, have decision makers and those on the ground who need the information to be able to see fires at the smallest size in the shortest amount of time. Currently, most wildfires are detected by an individual calling 911. And I think that that's scary to think about that being our best source of information. It takes usually 15 minutes for that to get in. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to speed this up. We want to be able to see how, from space, we would have information on wildfires at the smallest scale, around a square meter, which is really pushing the limits. They pushed it for space in the video. For us, it's really pushing it towards the information and having that information get to decision makers within 10 minutes. They would know the size of the fire, they would know the location of the fire, what direction of spread, and being able to then layer that over other information from, folks that are using tools like Esri to say, okay, where do we predict this would go? So that's one area. The other area is on autonomy. We have 2 tracks. The second track is autonomous wildfire response. And with this track, we're asking individuals and teams to be able to, over about 1,000 square kilometers, so it's the size of San Antonio, Texas, find a fire, get to a fire, and put it out in 10 minutes autonomously. And so this is really kind of like pushing towards this isn't yet possible. That's what XPRIZE is all about, is saying, what if we could do this? The really exciting thing is that there are innovators out there that are absolutely ready and prepared to do it. And I think pulling it back to the resilience, what excites me is that we're asking people to test in the next 3 years. And so we know that these solutions, we needed them, 10 years ago. But instead of waiting until the disasters happen, being able to say, this is technology where you test it with live fire over multiple events to be able to say, wow, what works? What's the best? And how can we then scale that up so that we have ready solutions when the next disaster strikes?
So along the lines of what I shared a minute ago about really understanding your risk, right? You have to, I think you alluded to it too, Ryan, when you're thinking about, using your technology and looking over the horizon, right? That's how you can appreciate and understand, the risk in front of you or the latent risk. Can we talk a little bit about the risk related to technology and disasters? Circling back to the human element, it's been not ever since, but it's an incredibly difficult thing to motivate people to take action well in advance of a disaster. But when that acute time period comes, where you see the storm cloud, you see the tornado, the EAS system or IPAWS is activated, like, oh, I now need to do something. How do we maybe use technology to accelerate that prompt so that there can be some greater action taken ahead of a disaster to be better prepared? Any thoughts around that?
I'm like, I'm happy to jump in. Yeah, we've been thinking about this a lot because our prize just launched in April. So all of this is kind of, we're at that place where partnerships. And I think one of the things is, technology can't happen in a vacuum. You need to have, as Sean was saying, you need to have those individuals that are going to utilize this technology right there beside the innovators. And so we're talking and looking at collaboration with the U.S. Fire Administration to be able to make sure that we have first responders and those frontline and end users integrated from the very beginning and through the whole process. Because what you want at the end of the day is tech that is going to be developed in a way that will be useful. You don't just want something pretty and shiny. It needs to be useful. It needs to have the buy-in as early as possible. And so that's a piece that I'm really excited about. And I would say, like, partnership for disaster relief, we have felt so embraced and so supportive. And I do think that it is all ships will rise with how these problems are solved.
Yeah. Agree with that. And following on that point is we really need to meet people where they are, right? And understand what these folks are, and so you can integrate the technologies or these solutions into their everyday life. We all have these phones in our pockets, we're on these screens, we're listening to the radio, and we also have to understand the wide disparities, right? So not everybody has an iPhone. We have high penetration in the United States, but not everybody does, right? We have to look at the entire cross-section, especially those who are most vulnerable, right? Because those are the folks who are going to have the highest level of need. We learned from a study down in Virginia Beach in the Hampton Roads area with Old Dominion University that, maybe surprisingly, when the hurricane evacuation orders happen, the people who are least likely to leave are the most vulnerable, right? So how do we engage with those communities? Because that's where the lives are going to be lost, right? The folks who can't leave, who have mobility impairments, who may be deaf or hard of hearing. So we really have to meet people where they are, right? And develop solutions where they live and where they interact every day. And I think that's going to give us the highest chance of an outcome, or a successful outcome, as it relates to utilizing technology, both in the pre-disaster preparedness and resilience sense, as well as during recovery.
Yeah, and maybe just to play on that too, I think to take a different, not technology angle for a minute, but I think any system, right, no matter what it is predicated on trust, right? The people you serve have to trust the system and the data that you're using to make the decision, right? They have to be part of that, and you have to meet them where they are. As you know, in your own organizations, I guarantee if you've ever tried to roll out a new thing, whether that's a report, you name it, a PowerPoint template, right? It's about answering the questions that are coming at you and building the trust so that people understand what you're trying to do, buy into the process, commit to it, and then really start to institutionalize or use it. And I would say, we use a phrase often here at Esri, collaboration moves at the speed of trust. And I think building resilience is all about collaboration, right? It's not just that any one of us have the answer. It's all of us together, plus everybody outside of this room that we're going to go talk to later may have a piece of that puzzle that solves the thing we've been trying to solve. That's what XPRIZE is trying to do, right? Find new innovative team members to come and fill the puzzle gap that we're looking for. And so I would say when you're thinking about technology and building resilience, I would just encourage everybody to think about, number one, building trust between your partners and the community, talking about it, being transparent. We think of maps as a great way to communicate. It's a common language that people can sit around a table. You can show a community, you can show the risk profile, you can show the strategies that you're trying to play out, and people can question that. They can give you different feedback points based on where they are, right? So I would say it's trusting that. I would say it's also maybe trusting the system to do the thing you're asking it to do. This is maybe we could talk a little about AI. AI has great opportunity for us to increase efficiencies or to do future condition modeling, but that can also be very biased if we're not careful. So it's understanding how AI is actually being used and asking intelligent questions to get it better and better, to keep training that model, which leads to the last part I would say for any system and a technology to bring it back would be that these systems have to be alive, right? It can't be that we do something one time and think the answer's solved and we're done, and we move on to something else. With climate change, with changing conditions of floods and fires, you name it, just look at the political situation around the world and the geopolitical aspect changing daily. If that system is not listening for those changes, using those models to give you new outputs to help you decide, people are not going to trust the system. They're not going to interact with it. They're going to discard it as old, outdated information. So I would just say this idea of trust is really layered and really deep conversation we could probably spend a lot of time on, but I think that's one thing maybe just to add to the conversation. Yeah.
No, that's great perspective, and just listening to the discussion, the tension on geopolitical, natural disasters, other kinds of emergencies or crises that occur. XPRIZE is trying to get out ahead of the next disaster. Disaster Tech and Esri are really engaged in current disasters. Maybe some lessons. Can you share some lessons learned? Maybe as you've been launching the XPRIZE Wildfire Initiative, I'd be really interested in some lessons learned there, but also maybe lessons learned from Esri or Disaster Tech on some of the ongoing responses or observations too. It doesn't have to necessarily be an active response where you're engaged.
Yeah, so for XPRIZE, we're just launching XPRIZE Wildfire, so we've only been really focused on team recruitment at the moment, but XPRIZE has been around, as you saw, for 29 years. And so there have been a lot of different competitions that we've run on a variety of different topics. And so I think a good example of kind of how we've addressed this in the past, we had a COVID rapid testing challenge, which was during COVID trying to look at how could you get those rapid tests. And so hundreds of teams came in with new ideas. One that kind of stuck out to me was a team from La Jolla that looked at, who likes to have that little swab up your nose? Nobody. So they were looking at saliva testing. And taking this type of innovation, and whether it gets applied to that exact problem at the time or a future problem, being able to develop new ways of thinking of how we solve the problems. And so that was one. There's also been stuff around water, which will, with disasters, be really important to ensure that there's safe water in different places. So those are a couple.
Yeah, that's great. I mentioned as part of my intro, I lead our disaster response program at Esri. I would say maybe just to talk about the year we've had in front of us of 23 already. It started with COVID's a great lead into that too. And just looking back historically, our program was originally started just to support natural disasters. It was started with an earthquake in Northridge, California, near our headquarters in Southern California. It was a call for help to come help us map the earthquake and how we recover. That really kind of started this idea that we should contribute and give back using our tools. During COVID, it was more than 7,000 organizations globally that supported with the program, asking for ideas for maps and dashboards. I think you all probably saw the Johns Hopkins dashboard seen around the world, right? That's an example of our technology through the program helping. And so what I see today in this unique environment we're in, certainly the Turkey earthquake early in the season, GIS was supporting the largest search and rescue mission ever through the UN, which is INSARAG, that's our search and rescue group, using maps to coordinate not just logistics on the ground, but to supply them with the appropriate fuel and batteries and equipment that they need along the way. So using a system just like you saw for COVID and dashboards and mobile tools to track their locations, make sure that no rubble pile was missed, if you want to think of it that way, to ensure continuity of that operation. Moving into geopolitical side with Ukraine and Israel obviously underway, so we're supporting a ton of organizations in the UN, NGO, NPO space around the humanitarian mission aspect. So again, how do we understand the demographics, the profiles, where resources are needed, how to best move those resources from point A to point B within that, given all the ongoing information. And then I'll end with Maui because it was up just before we started. I think Rob's part of the lead-in. Our organization supported everybody from the Maui PD doing damage assessments to using AI and technology to kind of automate the assessment with our partners in the private sector like Black Sky and ISI and these imagery providers to task imagery, to fly it, and to monitor the progression as quickly as possible of that recovery effort underway. Those are just examples of partnerships that we make, not just it's Esri delivering, but it's all of our partners contributing to this. And again, if we can just make a difference there, we'll try. So that's just some examples of things underway currently where we see GIS and technology helping in the response phase. Yeah.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm just eyeing the time, and also very good lead-in to, well, what's next? I know we're going to have lunch in a couple of minutes, so just stick around. So
lunch is next.
Yeah, right. From this, this space, disaster resilience, regardless of the causation. Those are here to stay. We know that they're going to be more frequent. We know they're going to be more severe. We know that there's that tension, again, between geopolitical events and natural disasters. We saw that with the Turkey earthquake in Syria, and then also with flooding in Libya not too long ago as well. So what's next when it comes to how can technology be a really helpful tool for humans that are really navigating all of this different kinds of complexity?
So I think as a challenge as well as an opportunity is identity management. As you see right now, what's going on across the world, misinformation, disinformation is rampant, and it's uncontrolled, it's unbound. And the international community has no regulation, no treaty, nothing governing how we identify ourselves on the internet and what is trusted, who is trusted to engage with. And sometime offline, if you're interested, we can show you how networks are influencing others and convincing people that the information that they're providing is real, which is very scary. So I think identity management is a real concern because as it relates to disasters, even just before this explosion of social media, rumors and distrust, something we work with Rob at FEMA is pushing up messaging to dispel rumors. How many spam calls do you get in a day, right? People are trying to take advantage of you, take your information, and so forth. So I think we really need to grapple with this issue of identity management. And then the last thing I'll say is I think we're unaware of the electrification of everything, and that's weight on our world, in particular from a climate perspective. The more energy we produce, the harder it is to deal with the carbon goals that we have in carbon reduction. And these high-performance computing systems are extremely energy dependent. They're very energy hungry. Yes, we do want electric cars, and there's benefit from that, but the more connected devices, the more load that we put onto the system, the more generation that's going to be required, and unfortunately, that's going to mean more fossil fuels. So we really have to think about if we want to embrace these supercomputing, AI, generative AI technologies, it does require a lot of energy to support them. And that energy, unfortunately, is dirtier than we care for it to be.
Andrea, what do you think's next?
Yeah, I would say for us, we're really looking at trying to ensure that the technology that comes out of this competition is safe. That's like first and foremost. We want to make sure that communities are safe, and we want to make sure that the technology that's contributing is developed in a way that's safe. We are looking at things that are smarter, faster. For us, a real big focus is early detection. As you guys said, like being able to make sure that decision makers have the right information as soon as possible. And I think that that is a place where we can see really big leaps to the safety and to electrification, and just looking at all the different, battery operated cars, and that we also know that there's a lot of complexity there. And I think that that's where having this collective and unified and a lot of different ideas coming together is going to help to make that developed in a way that will be safer and smarter. And back to my other point, just really integrating those individuals that are going to be the users. For us, that's the wildfire and the firefighting community, first responders, and integrating them in.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that what I'm excited about over the next couple of years is the fact that we are sensorizing, for lack of a better term or word, everything. Right? This building that we're sitting in today has sensors that tell us humidity levels, and air conditioner is running, the doors are open, you scanned in on the way in to get credentialed into this building. And imagine now that we can extract that into, again, just like I talked about, layers that maybe many of us are used to in a business sense of transportation routes and building footprints. But imagine now going inside the building and asking questions about what's happening in that facility in real time. It's being able to measure more than ever. We see flood sensors getting cheaper and smaller, allowing communities to monitor flood level rise at a scale we've never seen before. And so those are things I'm excited about. The whole XPRIZE idea of looking for how do we capture and understand good fire versus bad fire. Like, these are all things because of sensors and technology, and this combination of doing good with the technology can really make an impact, I think, on how we prepare. I would say most of us probably hate surprises. Maybe at your birthday you like to be surprised, maybe with a surprise party, but most of us don't like surprises. So imagine now that we have this centralization, we can anticipate what's coming next. We can understand better what's happening and make those decisions proactively, as opposed to sitting back and waiting to be surprised and being reactive in the way we work. That's where I think we're headed. And I think maps are just that vehicle, again, and a new way to frame what a map is. It's not that paper map. Sometimes there's a great place for it, but it is about this living, breathing, interactive nature that we're excited about. That's where I'm excited to see us lead. Yeah.
Well, I really appreciate the perspectives that you've shared. Hopefully the audience learned something today. And if you just encourage the audience to follow up, take a look at the certainly XPRIZE, what Esri does and Disaster Tech does as well. We are going to take a break for, 45 minutes. And then we're going to gather back here for the afternoon's programming. And just to tee it off, I believe we're going to hear from Sarah Charles, who leads the Bureau of Humanitarian Assistance over at USAID. USAID is using a lot of technology right now to help a lot of different people. So I'd invite you to come back for that time right after the break. Thank you.
Can I do one?
Sure.
Plug?
Absolutely.
Since all of you, since there's so many people in business and so many folks that are using different types of tech, we are recruiting teams through January 31st, 2024. Tell people about it. It's a really cool opportunity. We have high schoolers all the way up to like really big established companies that are competing. And so I'm sure you guys know folks, and just spread the word and let them know. It is going to be absolutely an amazing opportunity. So thanks.
With that, thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask you to please enjoy lunch. Our program will resume at 1:15 p.m.
As families across the world seek refuge from disaster, from fear, Americans are building bridges safety, rallying together as neighbors and offering the chance to begin again. As newcomers arrive with strength and courage, hopes and dreams, we are uniting as sponsors. We are uniting in welcome.
Well, thank you for making it back from the break. Hopefully you had a good lunch. So while I was up on stage a couple minutes ago, it's telling you that Sarah Charles was going to be here in a couple minutes, and while Mark was doing that over in Lee Anderson, she was getting called away to go to Capitol Hill to talk about all the different activities that USAID is conducting to help those around the world. So she has sent her deputy, Marcia Wong. She's the deputy assistant to the administrator in the Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance. I will give a quick introduction. Marcia has been and is focused on delivering on the mandate to save lives, alleviate human suffering, and reduce the impact of disasters as part of USAID. The Bureau of Humanitarian Assistance promotes resilience by preparing communities for disasters before they strike, and also by helping people recover beyond crises. She has more than 25 years of experience with the U.S. Department of State, where she is a career member of the Senior Foreign Service, and then also early in her career, she was the Deputy Executive Secretary to 2 Secretaries of State. So I'd like Marcia to come out and provide some additional remarks, and as she's making her way out, I also wanted to highlight the fact that over the last year, we've really been working on a relationship with USAID, given the geopolitical landscape, but also the increasing pace and severity of disasters around the globe. So, Marcia, thanks for being here today.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much for your attention today. And again, apologies from Sarah Charles, who could not make it today. So I think if you're a rugby fan, I don't know if there's anybody here, All Blacks or Springbok, what you just witnessed is a humanitarian lateral pass. So I appreciate your attention today. And actually, if I may also, I like the music. If I may also just put on my other hat that I wore, as Rob alluded to, having worked with State Department, it was a real pleasure to work with U.S. business around the world at that time. I was in Tokyo working on foreign trade, investment, and FDI issues, energy sector reforms. I was in Russia. I've been in the Balkans. And the power of U.S. business, expertise, business acumen, standard setting was evident in that work. And I would like to also remark how evident it is in humanitarian response today. So again, both sides of my brain are very happy to be with all of you today. Rob spoke to the mandate that USAID and the Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance has. And it sounds on paper oh so easy: save lives, alleviate suffering, work with communities to build their resilience, to manage shock. But we all recognize, and I think especially all of you, who I described earlier to a colleague, you are business first responders in many of these situations, how incredibly complex that mission can be. I understand you've also had some very deep and provocative, I imagine, incredibly stimulating conversations on an ongoing crisis that is capturing headlines, is capturing our policies, it is capturing your dinner time conversations right now, what's happening in Israel and Gaza. And I appreciate all of you, I think in these conversations, probably taking your gloves off and really having frank and candid exchanges. And my colleagues that are here today are learning quite a lot from those, so I appreciate that. If I can take you into a little bit of a scene setter for the Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance and what USAID strives to do around the world, I'm going to give you on average, we respond to 75 crises in nearly 70 countries each year. Watch that space, because I think the frequency and the velocity of natural disasters, and if I may add, man-made disasters, are only going to be going up. I think the complexity of the humanitarian environment that we work in has both climate change, if I may, but also we're seeing disruptors, pandemics, the role of technology. I know many of you come from the technology sector. What is that role of AI? How do we utilize technology? Authoritarianism, what does that mean for our ability to respond in places that it's principled, that's impartial, that we can reach all people in needs? So the disruptors are coming more on top of disasters and crises. End of the day, it creates an incredibly difficult field for all of us to navigate in. Transparency, communication is the first thing that I go into with other audiences, because if I'm well-informed, you're well-informed, and then we can figure out truly what's the way ahead. So 75 crises in nearly 70 countries each year. I don't know what it's going to be next year or the year after, but watch that statistic with me, because I have a funny feeling the trajectory is up. But our assistance tries to reach across the entire spectrum of needs for these populations that are feeling both the short-term, quick onset disaster, but may also have been through perhaps years long of conflict or years long protracted crises. So you almost see a pancake effect of what they will need at that moment of a quick onset disaster. The assistance can run across everything you can imagine. Again, open up your fridge, think of the food. Turn on your shower, think of the water. Turn on your lights, think of electricity. You have a roof on your head, think of shelter. Healthcare, sanitation, hygiene. For the women and girls in these communities, something as simple as menstrual hygiene, they won't have that in certain situations. Protection, I think many of you probably did talk about the incredible need for the respect of international humanitarian law and the conflicts we see today. Protection of civilians has to be foremost and at the front. And again, many of you have seen over the last few years how the war in Ukraine, inflicted upon the Ukrainians by Russia, created that ripple effect across the globe in terms of food security. And with many of you helping in that response, we also had to step forward with critical nutrition services. So even just this last, if I may, in the last weekend, we've seen both. I was bookended on the weekend by a tropical cyclone Lola that was hitting out in the South Pacific, Vanuatu, and Hurricane Otis that was hitting Acapulco. So even as we speak, we have response. We have businesses on the ground working with local civil society organizations, with the International Federation, the Red Cross Crescent, working together to respond to the people in need. So to be honest, it is a constant backdrop to the work that BHA does today. And I think as business, and you're out there in these international communities, is it becoming more of a backdrop for your work and operations also? I know that you've talked a little bit already about the Israel-Hamas conflict, but I also wanted just to bring a couple other little points to your attention. We all share with you how shocking and horrific these terrorist attacks were by Hamas on Israel. And with you, and again, I know these may be taking up a lot of your dinner time conversations, but we feel the depth of the tragedy, and we mourn that many Israelis and Americans and citizens around the world were victims of the Hamas terror attacks. We also mourn that there are many innocent Palestinian civilians who really had nothing to do with the Hamas agenda, but there they are, caught in this conflict today and are suffering from this worsening humanitarian crisis. The United States is gravely concerned about where it is and where it may head. And I know you have heard from many of the diplomats that have joined the conversation today with all of you. There's many, many measures and many, many conversations, tough and hard conversations happening that may not be played out in public venue, but are taking place about how do we really protect the civilians and reach those in need today. I think many of you, you're reading it in the headlines, you're seeing it in the news, it's in your Twitter feed, I'm still gonna call it that. You're getting news pushed to you in so many different ways. And again, accuracy in our information, that's another one of those disruptors, the accuracy in the information. Well, we knew before this conflict started that the situation in Gaza was dire. The indicators of poverty, unemployment, education were a little bit off the charts for that part of the world. And then can you imagine, you already have a weak foundation than to have something as severe as what's taking place now. The situation, of course, has deteriorated markedly. I think there was a little sunshine here in the sense that the border crossing with across into Egypt, we are seeing convoys going in. We are now seeing foreign nationals, including Americans, coming out. But that does not detract from the totality of the crisis today. Fuel, electricity, limited food stocks, healthcare. We're all seeing the headlines, and they are horrific. Today, on October 18th, President Biden announced $100 million of support to these needs in Gaza and West Bank. And this funding, as you probably have heard from my colleagues today, it is to bolster that support. For those who are displaced, they have no shelter. Other conflict-affected Palestinians with safe water. If you can't have safe water and you're drinking water that's unfiltered, what can happen from that? Then disease outbreaks. Disease then moves quickly. You know where those scenarios can go, and so can we address at the source the safe water first in order not to have the domino effect if you don't have safe water? We're now looking at breakouts. And if you have breakouts, you can't have people moving. If you can't have people moving, how do you protect civilians? So in our minds, you connect those dots like I think many of you do too in your business practices. What is the implication of that deficiency? What is it going to mean for the rest of this response? Safe water. Emergency food, again, healthcare services. We need to be able to have our trusted partners go in to provide the psychosocial support and all those additional protection services for the women and the girls in these conflict-affected communities. Access is key. We definitely appreciate, and I'm saying this, and I'm doing a little inhalation of breath because this has been a nonstop sprint since October 7th. So a little inhalation of breath, but I wanted to thank you so much for the support that we've already received, the largesse of the American people, the largesse of the U.S. businesses to this. Today, we have tracked, through the U.S. Chamber, we're tracking almost 86 million in corporate response. It is huge. When you throw around these numbers now, 86 million, think in your mind how many $100 bills that would to fill up this room. And here's where I take that inhalation of breath. We know it is not going to be enough. And this is just one crisis around the world. So I will get into a little bit about how we're trying to bridge what I call the humanitarian funding gap. And I hopefully, during the course of your conversations today, your bright ideas, your creative thinking, your advocacy is going to be important in that work. When we talk about the financial contributions, I do want to stress that yes, in a place like Gaza right now, cash is best. You can see how difficult it is for us to already move the commodities in. You might have seen pictures of the UN trucks and the International Committee of the Red Cross trucks, backed up on the border. There are commodities, there are warehouse pre-positioned supplies we're trying to move in. But it really is having the resources to keep replenishing as access grows. So at this point, you will hear this motto a lot. Cash is definitely best here. If I can ask you with me to pull up a little bit from that very immediate crisis, which is indeed holding the headlines as it should, but if I can ask you to zoom up a little bit, and I was giving you a little bit of my own weekend context of bookended by Lola and Otis, and I just realized if I ever get dogs again, those are those names, Lola and Otis now. Throw Pilar in, Pilar off the West Coast now. So we see that there are things that happen that nobody could have predicted. Sometimes man-made disasters, as good as our, if I may, as good as our intelligence can be, our analytic reporting. I imagine every one of you with international business presence, you have your own risk analytics division. As good as it is, sometimes it just comes out. It comes out in the middle of the night and it hits you hard. When that happens, you can imagine, I call it a little bit, and this is not a plug, I call it a little bit of the CNN factor. All eyes on it. All eyes on it. The policy machine moves to it. Business operation moves to it. But then we have still long-term complex disasters happening all over the world that a bureau like the Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance, we're going to be in, we'll be there even after that other crisis might go below the headlines. So if I can draw your attention to the Sudans, I mentioned Ukraine already, to Haiti. Haiti, which is, 100 miles off the shore of Miami, to Haiti, where millions of people are suffering from organized criminal violence, gang violence. So I want to mention how we try as much as we can to make sure that the response is still steady It's principled in all these other places, but you know already the hydraulics of funding and our policy is already kicking into space. And so part of our job in the Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance, don't lose eyes on the rest of the world, because that's where we become most vulnerable, I believe. All attention pulled to one particular crisis, and there's a lot of resources and attention warranted in this crisis, but we can't be sleeping at the wheel. What else may come there? I want to note that the majority of our funding is actually used for emergency humanitarian aid in the wake of the disaster. But if I can help you roll it back, because this is where I think business really can help us, and perhaps we all benefit from it. It's that early warning and disaster preparedness that helps ahead of that crisis. So it's really a pleasure to know that we are working with the NOAAs, the World Meteorological Organizations, the NASAs, the university networks to look at, and this is the fun part, you're looking at forecasting, geosatellite imagery, the kind of the data analytics. But for me, the challenge of having these resources and tools at a sort of a headquarters level is grabbing that information and moving it as fast as you can to the actual response is something that we all have to strive to improve on. Hurricane Otis at one point was not a ho-hum storm, but it was a storm. And in the course of hours, it moved so quickly. I'm not sure our analytics would have caught up with the speed of that. I think everybody was in real time alarmed what was happening. But how do I ensure responsibly as a bureaucrat in the Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance that all these wonderful technical and science and business relationships we have can move quickly, responsibly, and accountably into the actual impact on the ground? So I have a feeling, in many ways, the innovation and creativity that's in this room, you might be light speeds ahead of us. We need to learn from you. And where we can say, we can streamline this, let me help you, we need to have those exchanges. So I just want to put that marker in that there's a lot of cost-sharing and efficiency and speed in this response. I want to talk a little bit about where we have, give you a couple examples of where we've been in places that have had grown some capacity over the years. For BHA, we've invested for decades in what I would call early warning systems, working with national authorities, subnational, and even down in kind of the municipal level of disaster management preparedness. It's a shout out to our colleagues in the world of FEMA and the world of Department of Homeland Security, that there's a lot of capacity building that happens across the United States. I feel BHA as the lead federal coordinator for disaster assistance, we pull these lessons and move it over into the international spectrum. So let me just give you a quick example of some of these moments where we've worked with, for instance, the Philippines. Decades of experience with the Philippines on national disaster management. We bring in the local private sector. We know in a market like the Philippines, there's huge amounts of an international business presence there. When we come in, the ability to work with local, international, the Philippines national authorities, maybe the Philippines Red Cross, it makes our job easier and maybe even lessens it. And I'll give you an example with one moment with the Philippines. They had, I can't remember if it was a volcano or a cyclone, it could have been either one. And of course, the Philippines, longtime ally for us and an important geostrategic part of our world today. Department of Defense has had decades of relationships with their Filipino counterparts. It is a deep and meaningful relationship. When we saw something was happening, the whole interagency, if I may, stood up, lights on, what are we going to do? But you wait to hear from the country itself what its needs are. Does it need it? Does it welcome it? Does it want it? Because we don't just bring it in. It's a consultative process with a sovereign state. We're looking at our watches, we're having conversations. At the end of the day, they said, we got it. And everybody kind of froze. But that is a success story. When there's enough capacity built on the ground, and it may be a combination of all of you helping on the ground too, that is a success story when a country says to us, investments have been made in early warning, we've got the capacity, we have pre-positioned supplies, we have logistics nailed down, we're working with our AmCham. Thank you, BHA, and that is a success story. So I wanted just to show you that there are places where we don't get involved, and that is actually a very good thing. A couple different moments, if I can, to do some examples about the private sector and the role that you played, and I hope you'll continue to play before, during, and after that crisis. Turkey. Turkey is a really good example of earthquake took place, Turkey and Syria. There was a bit of a pause moment of our recognizing with, again, the forecasting the predictive analytics, and then the reporting coming in from lots of different sources, accuracy reporting again, waiting for Turkey to say, we need this. But already on the ground, our people had been going in, and we know that the local communities, markets were all beginning to try to work with local business and the multinational presence. How do we recover from this? So if I can give you a couple of instances, it was heartening to see that our long-standing relationships with some of American businesses made it very easy for us to just turn it on. So UPS, I know was on a panel earlier, collaborated with Maersk and Coyote Logistics to organize a transcontinental logistics chain, which was tapped to transport urgently needed goods. UPS also donated vehicles and staff time to local governments and NGOs, and that's where you can have that appropriate in-kind donation and that skill volunteering because it's on the ground and it's needed. And you have access. You can move around safely with that type of supplies and assets. Again, I wanted to congratulate the U.S. Chamber's effort to mobilize the U.S. private sector. In that response, it was more than $110 million. And as you can remember, every one of those dollars were very well spent in that response. I mentioned earlier a little bit about how the U.S. is looking to bridge the humanitarian funding gap. And I wanted also just to make sure that you understood, yes, resources, and I do mean, the dollars, the pesos, the euros, the pounds. Yes, resources are great. But having worked with the private sector in other, if I may, fragile or conflict-affected environments, your resources are important, but your technical expertise, your business acumen, the creativity that may exist inside your organizations, again, that use of technology, your advocacy and voice, all of those to me are a 360 of engagement points for us. So it's not just, hey, can you write me a check? It's, yeah, please write me a check, but can I have a conversation with you about the fact that you're using, I don't know, nobody said blockchain today. I'm going to say blockchain today because we have to, chat GPT, bring it in and tell me how you're using it. Because is there application in the humanitarian response today? The ideal thing, though, we're having these conversations now in order to prepare for the next one. So that's something I just want to remark on, that the door is open for us on the private sector engagement side. You've been a very patient audience, and I could give you many more examples of where we've all come together. But on the humanitarian funding gap, as the biggest donor right now for humanitarian assistance, again, thank you, U.S. taxpayers, because it very much is the largesse of the American citizen and the bipartisan support that we get from the U.S. Congress. We've seen over the last few years that it's been almost, it's historic and rather unprecedented levels of assistance because of that global food insecurity I described, the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. We also recognize that does not last forever. It requires a real strategic pause and reprioritization for not only the Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance, but our partners around the world that have been used to maybe flying at 30,000 feet with robust funding to reach deep into these communities, to the last mile. Because our funding is coming down so radically, there's a real exercise out there right now on what does it mean to meet the most vulnerable. And it's hard trade-offs, and there were some very vivid and highly argumentative conversations, as you can imagine, that take around some of these tables in Ethiopia, in Sudan today, in Venezuela, that people are having to make choices that they felt we wouldn't have to make. And so I want to just imprint on you that there's a prioritization process that has to be strategic and thoughtful in that, but we also recognize, okay, we no longer have that 30,000-foot altitude. I'm going to have to bring the plane down a little bit lower. Who else can I get on this plane with me? And so there's a lot of conversations ongoing that you'll see, and I hope that you can help learn with us and support us in this. Where are those other resources that can be brought to a humanitarian response? But we also want to break the fact that it's the humanitarian response that can go on for years, because you as business, is that the market that's stable enough for you to have the consumers with choice and buying power? If it's constant humanitarian assistance and constant rebuilding. And so you'll see in our work that there's a real effort to reach out to the multilateral development banks, to the philanthropies, to all of you, to help us think through, there will be basic needs, there will be life-saving moments that our humanitarian assistance has to come in. But if I can see on the horizon that I am maybe giving a 6-month cash assistance program to somebody who's been displaced by war or climate change, natural disaster. I don't want to keep just providing them that $50 to a family a month. Where in that trajectory is the livelihoods, the job training, the mirroring up skills to a private sector organization that says, I can use those IT guys that were on the run, or I can actually help that health practitioner that got displaced, I can have them go into my mobile clinics because I'm trying to promote this type of effort or this type of service. So we need to be much more overt and deliberate with all of you in having these conversations of our assistance at some point needs to pivot. And I want to pivot into your world, your world. So those will be the type of conversations that we hope to have with you in the future. And I know you're probably already working in partnership with us in that way, but how do I do that times 1,000? So again, I want to thank you all of you, because I know we may be on the front lines, and the local organizations we work with, our UN partners, they're on the front lines, but I am very acutely aware business is on the front lines. And so how can we work to create and frame shared objectives and work together to basically create conditions that people can thrive, can prosper, can be educated, can work, and can contribute to the market economies. So I'm going to leave you with that. Both parts of my brain were speaking to you today as somebody that was very, very much involved in promoting U.S. businesses around the world, and now on the humanitarian side. Still believe that these are not at all disparate, but they can come together and to meet the humanitarian response and what needs to come after that. So thank you so much for your attention today. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to tell you some interesting stories. My name is Lucy Ziegler. I'm a consultant at McKinsey. So it was January 2020, when everything was going great in my life. I was pregnant, and I was at 1 year in at McKinsey as a management consultant with a very unconventional background. I had been a designer and innovator for almost 20 years, and I'm a certified futurist. So I was really excited at McKinsey, and with this little tiny being growing inside of me, reminding me that all the decisions we're making today not only would impact our own life, our own business, our clients' businesses, but also the future of the communities, the society, and the world for generations to come. And I was excited to have the opportunities at McKinsey to try to talk to these business leaders and try to get them to help us elevate and leverage the power of design more in business settings, and to help all of us to become more future prepared. Everything's going great until the global pandemic hit all of us. I don't know about you, but I witnessed the world spiraling into this pause and then freeze in my personal circle of family and friends, in my city of Austin, Texas, and among a lot of my clients. The shock was real, and the fear of the unknown was so heavy, it weighed on all of us. It just seems like we're all freezing in time and too scared to move. It was at that time, a few of us at McKinsey, some like-minded designers and futurists, decided that we're going to do something different. We're going to chart a path towards the future, sort of against this vibe of the world at the time. So we created this new program called Design by Foresight, combining the power of design and the rigorous research methodologies of strategic foresight. We're trying to figure out a way to help all of us to sort of weather the storm. So our first project was to analyze potential outcomes of the global pandemic and the implications of those multiple outcomes for businesses, especially in the healthcare industry. And we created multiple future scenarios. We analyzed implications, and we brought a lot of provocational questions to conversations with our clients. And that was the beginning. That's when we were trying to just test and learn and iterate and polish our approach. And fast forward a couple years, and now we're proud to say that we've had numerous of these conversations with business leaders, and we had engagements with them. We've co-created so many great business solutions. And that's what I'm here to tell you about, this approach designed by Foresight. It is is an effective tool to help all of us to become not only future prepared, but more proactive about the future. So I'll tell you more about this approach, and then I'll share the things that we've learned along this journey and what we believe could be in the future for all of us together. So let me start by saying that it is not easy in today's world. It's filled with uncertainty. We used to be able to just look into the past and say, here's a pattern, here's a theme, and let's project it into the future and assume that's what the future is going to be. But in today's world, the uncertainties are so complex, so unpredictable, and so dynamic. Business as usual feels like a luxury. And staying ahead of the curve just feels impossible. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the business power of design. Allow me to share with you some stats. So research shows us that design-centric companies, those companies that elevate and leverage the power of design, really outperform their competitors. Because design is a very effective tool to take a human-centric approach, to think outside of the box, and to gather multiple disciplinary stakeholders in one room and to dive in and create ideas, multiple hundreds of those ideas, to lead to two great outcomes. One is to identify unexpected potential opportunity areas, as in where we can play. And the other one is to create brilliant solutions and ideas in terms of how we can win. And that's why these companies would outperform their competitors. And design in and of itself is very future forward, because design is to try to create something that doesn't exist today. It could be a product, could be a service, an experience, maybe a new business line. And now you ask, what do you do as a futurist? So I like to explain it like futurists are like archaeologists and historians, except for we're looking into the future instead of the past. We look into trends, just like archaeologists would dig into evidence, but for things that yet to happen. We also analyze and try to understand the mysterious uncertainties, also into the future, and not just one future, but multiple future scenarios, because we don't know which one is going to happen yet. So combine the two approach, the creative power of design and the futures thinking, design with futures thinking becomes more powerful, it's amplified, because now we're not just generating ideas in one future scenario, we're generating them in multiple future scenarios. And strategic foresight, futures thinking, can become more creative. So we don't just stop at understanding what the future might bring, we can become more proactive and try to create the future we really want to have. And that's what this approach would do. Research also shows us that future-prepared companies outperform their competitors by a lot. Because that's how you can understand the future and be more prepared and be more proactive. People always ask me, as a futurist, do you predict the future? And my answer is no and yes, because no, we don't predict the future. The future is unpredictable. But yes, because we believe the best way to predict the future is to create it. So how do we do this? Why is this approach effective? There are 5 things that this approach does very uniquely. Number one is we do research differently. We look beyond just competitive scans. We take a broader lens and we scan microtrends along the line of this deep framework: societal, technological, economic, environmental, ethical, and political. We also take a human-centric approach because of the power of design, because we believe that the human is a huge part of the future. So we research consumers, customers, employees, users. We try to understand not only what they do, what they choose, what they say, but the why underneath it. Their motivation, their desires, their expectation. With all the rich information we have, we conduct analysis differently. So we don't just look at things that are above the surface of the water. We don't just look at the things that are so obvious that everyone, including your competitors, can see. We dig deeper. Underneath the surface of the water, we try to identify those weaker signals, emerging trends that could become giant waves in the years to come. And that's how we can project out multiple future scenarios. And that's where design becomes also very powerful, because with the power of design, we can visualize the scenarios, make them very immersive and very believable. So this will help us suspend our disbelief and dive into those scenarios. It creates a forum for us to be open-minded and playful. It's almost like watching a really great movie or playing a video game. And this is how we can dive in and stare at those scary questions and ask ourselves, what do we want to do? So for example, what would happen if another global pandemic or some other disasters happen to us again? What's going to happen with future of work as people have moved away from urban centers and corporate centers? How are they going to come back to work? What does it mean to our talent strategy and the work structure? Would consumers choose to shift from value-driven to values-driven? What does that mean to brand companies, to retailers, to any kinds of business that are consumer-facing? What would emerging technologies do? Would generative AI completely change our way of learning and working? And would these changes be exacerbating inequality and division of our society, or would they help us solve some of these big problems? So what do these things really mean to us? And what can we do? What are our responses? And how much can we be prepared for them? So once these questions are articulated in the scenarios, we get more clarity into what's really going on, what might happen in the future. And then we can start to think about implications. We can start to generate solutions. So as I mentioned, design's creative power would help us generate hundreds and hundreds of solutions in these multiple scenarios, and that would get us to three huge things. One is that we're going to have so many ideas and solutions. Number two is that we'll be able to see patterns across the scenarios. We'll be able to find cross-cutting concepts, ideas, and solutions, no matter what the future might bring. And we'll be able to, the third thing is, we'll be able to identify future scenarios that could be so great for our business. It would enable us to win so big. It would be our most preferable scenario. And typically, we'll look at those scenarios and say, you know, it's too good to be true. We can't count on that to happen. But now, as we get more clarity about what they need to be and what the benefit it will bring to our business, we'll be more compelled to ask ourselves this question: is there something we can do? And in this process, as we're ideating all these solutions, we'll find some answers. For example, if we believe that our business should expand into a new market and consumers are moving into that space slowly, and we find out that there are actually ways for us to nudge them, to encourage them to go in there faster. What if we can encourage consumers to be more green-minded, to buy local more? What if that's our direction? Can we reward them for that kind of behavior? What if we think that one line of our business would thrive if a new technology were to be broadly adopted? What can we do? Maybe we can invest more in that direction. Maybe we can acquire small companies that are developing this technology. Maybe we can develop it in-house. There's so many things we can do proactively to try to nudge and steer the future of the world or the industry and our business towards a certain direction once we have this level of clarity. Now we have clarity, we have solutions, then we can plan out our strategic plans, we can build them on multiple future horizons. And then one more thing we do here that's a little different is that we'll continue to monitor the indicators of these potential future scenarios. We'll see as the future unfolds itself and reveals itself to us what we need to adjust in our strategic plan. So we've had the privilege to work with so many different business leaders in many sectors. We helped a global leader of retailer to analyze a lot of the driving forces in the consumer industry, including the potential shift of consumers going from value-driven to values-driven. We built 8 different scenarios. The executive teams came up with 4 new directions for the companies to explore and invest. We helped a CPG company, a beverage company, with 28 different future-forward consumer segments. We analyzed them, we created scenarios around them, and together we came up with hundreds of ideas that filled their innovation pipeline within a few weeks of time of working together that amounted to between $9 billion to $50 billion in total addressable market. But the business impact is only one side of it. The other side is that now this company has a better view and are enabled to become more considerate and more inclusive as they go forward with their R&D, their product development, and their marketing strategies in the coming years to cover a wider range of consumers, to consider not only just their pocket and their demographics, but also how they're thinking, their psychographics, their mindsets, their motivations, and their desires. Recently, we helped an OEM, an automotive OEM, in a developing economy. That's a huge company, but they're trying to expand into electric vehicles. It's exciting to expand. At the same time, it's kind of scary because there are so many things that are unknown in their nation, in their economy. So we help them analyze a lot of these factors, including economic development, their infrastructure development, international trade policies, consumer sentiment, and we created 8 different scenarios. We brought them into this immersive futures workshop with their cross-functional leaders. They voted on 4 different scenarios: the most preferable, the most exciting, the most probable, and the most risky. One team of them, they broke into 4 different teams to take on these scenarios. One team of them got randomly assigned to the most risky scenario. And typically, these leaders would probably shy away from it, or they'll treat it as risk mitigation instead of opportunity exploration. They dove in for an hour and a half, brainstormed and collaborated, came out with such great business ideas and solutions that would solidify their leadership position in the market with a revenue potential to sustain and grow, and eventually could really help them own the entire market if they play it right. So they decided to, even though it's a risky scenario, they're exploring other ideas in other scenarios, but for this one, they're going to invest a little bit, and they're going to test, and they're going to learn. Eventually, they're going to scale. And by doing that, they have the opportunity to foster a greater sense of environmental consciousness in their society. They reward the consumers in their market who are willing to shift away from traditional car ownership for the good of the world. And they can also provide access to mobility to those who are less privileged in their society, who can probably not be able to afford a vehicle right at the beginning of their career. And in turn, they're providing these people with upward economic mobility. So, I've been doing this for a while, and as a futurist, whoops, go back. I'll show that later. As a futurist, I like to look forward, and I see many more of these conversations and engagements with clients on the horizon. But I also like to look backwards to really see what we learned. I'm often very impressed and moved by how these business leaders, as much as they may seem to be, risk-averse and conservative, once they're given these immersive scenarios, the tools and the clarity, they are willing to dive in. They're willing to really embrace uncertainties and come up with solutions for their business to survive and thrive. Another thing I see is that after talking to so many different leaders and running these workshops and going through this process with all of them, I see a converging of these future visions from these business leaders. Throughout the process, from the trends that we identified together to the uncertainties that piqued the most interest to the future scenarios that they chose to work into, to the solutions that they came up with and then they want to move forward with. There are things that typically probably wouldn't be considered as much in their day-to-day incremental business problem solving that always are in the consideration of these leaders. Sustainability, human condition, social justice, cultural preservation, diversity, equity, and inclusion. All these big things that we should all care about will come up because when we're asked and guided to get out of our own way of this myopic business thinking, we're actually very capable to become more thoughtful, more responsible, and more courageous to try to create a future that we really want. And this gives me the inspiration. This makes me feel that by doing this kind of work together, we have an opportunity to actually create a world, a future that we all want collectively. So that's my daughter. Now you can see her. She's 3 now. She's wearing a pink sweatshirt that says, "Hello, future." She motivated me to start on this journey, and she's reminding me every day now that this is so worth it. This is great. And why I'm doing this is that I have this hope that one day when we hand over the future to her generation, that is the future that they really want. And that is a future that they could continue to build upon. So, at the end, I want to ask you this question. What do you want? What does your organization, your company want? Are you 100% invested and supported with resources and taking actions towards that future? What's in the way? Is that uncertainty and clarity? Is that doubt in our ability to come up with solutions to build that future together? Well, I've shown you that there are ways, there are tools and tried and true methodologies that we can use for research, analysis, scenario building, and coming up with all those great solutions. So let's not have fear stay in the way, and let's do it together. Thank you.
am the last person before you take a break. Some of you might stay to hear a little bit more, but I just wanted to thank you for hanging in there. And I hope that just this last couple of minutes with you, I just wanted to say a couple things to say how much you inspire me. So I am Shannon Schuyler. I'm PwC's Chief Purpose and Inclusion Officer, and I oversee all the things like you all do that people right now are either leaning into or leaning out of. And so I either say I do sustainability, I say I do ESG, I say I do diversity, I say I do environment, and depending upon who is in the audience and who I talk to, some of them don't care at all, some of them get angry, and all I know is that that's something that I'm incredibly passionate to do, and that we all in this room, if you do a piece of that, if you do all of that, we are true influencers. And I wanted to make sure that you realize all the incredible content that you heard yesterday and the information today is all making us better. But what is more important is that every single day you are making a difference. Every day what your role is you are bringing these things into a corporate organization, into your organization, and you are the voice. You are the voice to make sure that people realize the humanity that we have to take care of, certainly within our four walls, but outside of our four walls. And that's freaking hard. I mean, think about every single day what we do. Think about the changes every day what we do, even over the course of the last couple of weeks, and what that means for you and your roles. So what I want to do for you is I want to make sure that you have a chance to recharge, that you realize that it's because of the influence that you have had that this is on the agenda. The reason why people are talking about these things on talk shows, in politics, in companies, is because you have carried the torch and you have made things happen. You've made people uncomfortable. You've made people better. You have made sure that individuals and organizations and communities that need a voice have a voice, and that's because you've given of yourself to do it. So I'm going to ask of you a couple of things. First of all, I want to make sure you take the time to understand why are you doing this. The only way that you will continue to be able to get the energy to do what you do every day is to remember why that is part of your purpose, why it is a part of your why. We do what we do not just for the transaction and not just for the check-the-box career, but we truly believe that we can change humanity and society in a way fundamentally that needs us to be there, and we need to be that voice. The question is, what makes you want to do that? And that is your purpose. I will tell you that when I became Chief Purpose Officer and really had to think about what my purpose was, I struggled. And I don't think I was as good in my roles until I could finally figure out, why did I care about this? Why did I care about the environment? Why did I care about volunteering? Why did I care about underserved communities? Why did I care about diversity? Why? And my why ended up being that I reflected on the incredibly strong women in my life, and I did that from finding these, they're really tattered, these tattered cards that I had been carrying around since I was in my early 20s. They're 4 queens. In my early 20s, in the course of 5 years, I lost the 4 strongest women in my life. I lost my mother, I lost her sister, my aunt, and I lost my 2 grandmothers, and they were in their 50s and 60s. These women were the most extraordinary women that I still know today. First state and local female lobbyist of a bank, someone who started the visiting nurses in Canton, Ohio, someone who was one of 12 who I never saw without pantyhose because worked every day in the field and then would come home to bake and to cook, and then one of the most gracious caregivers in my aunt. These women left too soon, and I realized in my 40s that the reason why I do what I do, and I love being a mother, and I love being a wife, and I love working at PwC for 27 years, but I do it because these women should have been here longer, and they should have been able to have a voice, and that's what they would have done. And so that gives me a reason why I do this. It's not a job, it's not a transaction. It makes the hard days a little bit easier to know that I'm doing them with them. But what I think we also have to reflect on is once you realize what your purpose is and why you're doing this every day, is that for every superhero, right, for every superpower, there's what arguably people call the shadow. And the shadow is, what's the dark side of your superpower? So if your superpower is that you're really leaning in, you're able to put yourself in somebody else's shoes, you're able to be empathetic, well, the shadow side of that is you might not be as decisive in your decision making. You might not be able to convince a room, well, you know what the problem is, but how do you actually get to the solution? And that might be the shadow to what you do. For me, I had focused so much on these 4 women, and to be clear, these were 4 white women. And I realized my shadow was that I was looking to support women like this, not all women. And so my shadow was saying, I need to look at women of color, I need to look across religions, I need to look to support every woman in the way in which they need to be supported to make sure I'm uplifting them in the same way that I was doing it when I first looked at what my purpose was. So I'd ask all of us today, as we think through what's next will be the next thing that shows up in society, the next thing that shows up on TV, the next crisis that happens within our organizations. If you know what your purpose is, then start to think about what the shadow is, because that's the next evolution. We know now our why, and now let's really make sure, because now it's just going to get harder. What is that next step? What do we have to make sure we do to open ourselves up, because the challenges are only going to get bigger, and we need to all be prepared as influencers to address that challenge and to truly make sure that we're making a difference. So everyone take the time you need to know both of those things and to be able then to reevaluate what makes you do something different, what makes you interact with your colleagues differently now that you're more informed to get you to that next level. That's one thing. The second thing that I want to let you know, and I actually heard this earlier this week, and I thought about it for a really long time, and I decided it was really inspiring to me, so I wanted to be able to share it with you. Earlier this week, I was at a conference, and somebody said, I have people coming to me, and they were in the same field that we are, saying they are taxed, they're burdened, like this stuff's hard. We are up at 4 o'clock in the morning. We were up all night. We were trying to solve problems to make sure that there is no hurt, no heartbreak, that people don't lose lives. Like, that's the stuff we do. That's hard work. And she said, when people come to me every once in a while and are like, I'm just really done. And she said, I look at them and say, you know what? Today, just give 80%. Today, don't give 100%. Because you give 150 every single day, and every once in a while, we need to give each other the grace and the space to say, you know what, frankly, your 80% is probably somebody else's 100 to 120, but we need to be able to conserve our energy. We need to realize that this is going to continue, and your role to influence as you get new leaders, influence as you get new businesses, influence as you get new workers within your organization, that's going to continue. We need to find a way to be able to conserve some of that energy. So I am giving all of you, and I have a couple of my colleagues at the table in front, you have space, give today or give tomorrow 80%. And you know what? That's going to allow you to go the extra mile that we know you do every single day, but will be the only way that you will be able to continue to be on this journey that has no end. So you are the legacy of your organizations. For many of you, you're the first person in your organization that has done this. For some of you, you're the only person in your organization that tackles these types of issues. You and what you do and what your teams do, you are setting a legacy not just for your organization, but a legacy for what business, for what nonprofits can actually do for society. That's huge. Make sure that you take the time to realize how huge that is and to be able to celebrate it. Because without all of you, this world would be very different. And sometimes that's hard to stop and reflect on, but I hope that you take today and what you've gone through over the last day and a half in connecting with your peers and colleagues as a time to take the deep breath, and to be able to realize how special you are and how much you change the world. So with that, I hope you have a great conference, and looking forward to speaking with you all later. Bye-bye.
Okay, everyone, I am it today, and wasn't Shannon great? Wasn't she great, right? I mean, there's no question in my mind why she's the Chief Purpose Officer of PwC with over 360,000 employees, right? Not only is she inspiring inside the firm, but she's inspiring outside the firm, and she's so right about all of you as influencers, right? So please take what she shared and go back to your organizations, whether you're a company or a nonprofit or even in government, because it does matter, and she is right. That's all we have at Business Solve 2023. I want to thank all of you for being here, sticking it out with us for over 2 days. I want to make sure that we thank our sponsors. I'm sure they're going to pop them up here just to remind everyone who made this event possible financially. And I also want to thank the team that you saw on stage, the team that you saw out here in the rooms, the team in the AV cube, the team up front, the security guards. It was a team effort, right? And they put in hours and hours of hard work. So let's give all of them a round of applause too, right? So some of you who had registered for our field trips, because we're in Washington, D.C., right? And we want to make sure that everyone gets on the buses they need to get on. If you had registered for Air and Space, you want to go back out to the fancy coffee room, right, and stay there, and we'll get you on a bus. And if you register for the National Archives, stay in the back of this room. See the big sign? Yep. And we'll make sure you get on that bus. So with all that, thank you again. We hope to see you next year. All these main stage proceedings will be on our YouTube channel. If you've missed anything or want to watch it again or share it with a friend, we appreciate all that you do, and thanks again for being here.